whole like industries and technology and whatnot, if like that inspiration was done by somebody that already knew what the outcome was, but why wasn't the whole infrastructure left already and built? Like in this case we're talking about, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Why there's a whole process of developing that has to be done if it's already known or it has already been done and worked on. Like I understand the concept of the idea of what you're saying of some like something inspiring their kid and their dream or whatnot, and like how a lot of people, even I've heard of past lives that like people not only that remember their past lives, but they're full on believing like that they are the person before they died, or the person that was in that body. Mm-hmm. But in this case, it's like a message of information, but there's no, I think, or maybe there is, in the virtual, but not in the tangible world, or that we see it right now, or before, how, like, just in that instance of what you're saying of Silicon Valley, you know? Like, I don't know, I think that a more crazier trip would be, yeah, somebody gets inspired to buy the, you know, there's like a message and inspiration or whatnot, who knows where it's coming from, so like that's spooky, right? But then it's like, imagine if they buy that valley and then they find like something that has to do with, like in this case of the movie, you know what I'm saying? Like there's something like some sort of equipment or something buried, some like a ruin of some kind somewhere in that valley that would be conducive inclusively for this experiment, or what the reason why that was meant to be in first place, which would be mind-blowing just for the people, you know what I'm saying? More of a confirmation. But I do understand the connection of what you're saying, of just simply like the information traveling, you know, like why would this be forced to go in this way, as technology developing there were so many different outcomes, right, that could have happened, as we Earth being a living organism and developing, and us growing and developing. There's so many things we could have stayed how Aborigines people did, you know, or well, we could have done that, and then parts of what happened with colonization and whatnot, and then some domestication, and then going back, realize that those are not the ways, and go back to Aborigines, but with a little bit of, because all these people are doing is living like Aborigines people in nature, immersed in nature, but in a little bit more cleaner way.
Where that city was done.
Yeah.
Because each one of those were a huge tree, but it was a city.
But a little bit more, yeah. Yeah, it's integrated, but it's taking in all the understanding and the genetic knowledge that it's being like passed to us through people's experience, especially to being in contact with the earth and observing all of nature. But I don't know, I just feel like there's like something missing. It's like a part of the puzzle that it's missing. And I really understand. So like, let's say this is a different scenario, right? Like, let's say you and I just sit here, we grab the SE5, and we talk to ourselves in the future, right? Like, intentionally, we just ask ourselves something other than the response that I can get from my own self. Let's say that we just like a Ouija board, you know, like you just leave it open, and would we be able to get like how they're getting like that physical signal, you know what I'm saying? Like us using somehow the screen of the SE5, like to my grandma. Instead of me just communicating to my grandma, the effort to be done for both of us to be able to perceive it, like in however way, but not you just taking what it's me the being more in the open. So I don't know, like getting a message through like the display thing, and it's like that sort of communication.
But that's more informal. Wanting to have a physical reality impress itself onto your reality and change your non-real-time sensory perception to be able to see it is an interesting thought for you to state. Covering what I just said right there. You're wishing to see with your eyes, your ears, your nose, and hands. Sensory perception. See.
In this case, to be in the open, so not just me perceive it, but somebody, it's sort of somebody else. Because it won't just be me doing the response and getting myself the
understand what I'm just saying.
Connection.
In the longitude waveguide that you're using, how would you get that be done without using something to allow itself to be the waveguide for the impression of what you're looking into and wishing to have a response back to? Be able to use to impression and change this so it is perceived by, again, the non-real-time sensory perception of yourself.
See, I understand.
If you're supposedly communicating with self. Hello? How you do that and understand as you?
So you can just only trust yourself.
How would you do that and understand as you?
Yeah, because like he's like they're in the thing of who fucking knows who your son is. How do they know you got a son? You know, how do they know you're on this side? Like, what's going on? Like, what's the seeing all eye? The big brother idea.
Makes you wonder about society. Is this a hive mentality or whatnot? Am I a glorified scientist or some shit that's vilified in the future? Where my work is so important that there's a statue or some shit of me? To where it's in my son? Why, 407 years in the future, do you know of my son? So much has passed, there's people alive. What makes me important? Comprehend? That's why people don't like have discussions with me.
Yeah, but at that age, but at that time, Ethan was 8 years old. Would understand if he would have been sent, because he was requested at that time.
Yeah.
If he would have been sent at the time that it was requested, what knowledge that he had, other than the DNA thing for recognition to be known.
It wasn't put on him until after.
Right. So it just makes me feel like the dad did it, like as a key. I don't know, like the key, like a key to itself, because didn't want it to be activated by anybody else but his son.
To give him a future you did not have. While information and videos were locked inside of that thing. So I said, man, this reminds me of what I've been doing with encoding the crystals and plasma and other things. And hopefully in the future, and the lineage of people that would help open themselves up and understanding a solid state crystal or hard drive is nothing more than a quartz crystal. Holding in your hand. People don't perceive that. So if we're figuring that out a decade ago and using in our technology, how many times you pick up a crystal and it might have been from a time before? Hello? If all the stuff you're walking on is at least that which was before, but that's the only part that doesn't disintegrate. What would he have known at 8 years old? It states childlike in 2 Corinthians, you know. You see him hug the tree. Different things in there. We pick it, looking at the movie as such. I almost feel interested in looking online to see if there's like a fucking orative on the director's, how would I put it properly? Say, as we look at this paint and see what we wish to see in it, or this poem we've read together, and we're saying, okay, this quote means this to me, and so forth. Let's see what the writer of the poem actually, like how I would do with you, and go, and like the way that I write, and say, here, read this. What do you get from it? What do you get from this?
So what was intention of the director?
Yeah, or say the writer of the poem. What was their observation that they were trying to give to people? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, cause it's like there's part of it tinted a little fucked up. Like, you know, like what are you trying to plant? Fear, hope, like it was. You look like a possum. Doesn't he? You look like a possum, Mama, you know. You know, you're like so relaxed. Look at that. Mama. You'll be fucked up in prison, Mama. They'll fuck you up. You just sleep like that. Somebody can have it over you. You don't care. You get fucked up, Mama. You can't be chilling like that, Mama.
As long as you got the shoes on, you'll be right. Where's the obligation? You got BP'd if you didn't have your shoes on. Leave that shit, dude.
What?
Having to sleep with your shoes on. I'm not being serious. You have to be ready at all times. I'm being serious, man.
Are you ready, Mama? You don't look very ready. Yeah, you're ready. He really like holds his head out. Look at that. I love it because in the mornings he makes an effort to come and say good morning to me. He looks so fucked up and he still like runs towards me and he's like good morning. And I'm like, Momo. And there's mornings like he just don't get out of bed. He just looks at me and he's like, fuck you, lady. I'm gonna sleep. But there's mornings like he comes running and he's like, I love you, Momo. I love you.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna Google search real quick and see, or YouTube search and see if they got a narrative on this movie. And I wonder who are some high summer bitches look into things, but like I was saying though, and you picked up on, you know, like I've always been saying, what is this thing with they saying the world is going the way it is? Why do we still have, you know, gasoline-driven toy cars and all these things that we give to the kids? If that's their future, why give them something that's not their future?
I know, they won't understand that about. There won't be no kind of motors like this. We're gonna need engineers to work on the next fucking nuclear reactors. Like, why don't we start training the people now? Right?
Yeah.
That's what you said?
Yes. Getting their minds to think of different
Even
energetics.
if it's just for having them slave in the fucking reactors, we're gonna need people having knowledge of it.
And imagining how something like that would work. You need people that, while they're playing video games or robots or whatnot and plasma weapons and shit, how do you actually power cell that shit? Hey.
Huh. That's a good point. Like, do your guys' batteries and suits and stuff run out of, like, weapons run out of batteries?
No, because the way they're generated and done. That's why I thought it's interesting if you actually watch, because it's Pixonic. There's a whole cartoon and food and fucking clothing line, dude. Hello? Walked away again. I hate that, man. Discussion what you want.
That's like the concept what you're saying. There's
Wait.
people being exposed.
No, on a concept. I said, because it's Pixonic, which you got frustrated with, I said, I watched and do this because it's the future. Right? There's a whole cartoon thing and other thing illustrated with the pilots, the backlog, and all that kind of stuff and everything. Where it's like D&D. So it's like Star Wars and Star Trek, where you have a whole language and other things as such, and people actually looking in the field of how do I make an impulse quantum engine that runs off of a dilithium crystal. That's how the starships fucking work in Star Trek, honey. Or at least for the Starfleet. Every, that's what I thought was interesting, the way my stepfather was. He actually had the books and other stuff like that, and I looked into it and things, and the little figures and shit that we had. There's an actual mentality that went into illustrating so that it's real, like the video games, where the CPU graphics and all that make you feel like it's real, to where you can turn that into virtual or in VR and feel like you're here. Still comes from someone writing and making scientific observations, or making it where someone can formulate virtual in their mind into reality. So William Shatner, who's in the Trismegistus book, who played the captain in a ship that got powered by a dilithium crystal, that inspired quantum physics and a whole bunch of different theories and things that we use to how do we get to that. Because how many years was that propagated? And it's still showing. You know what I'm saying? His grandparents' books, rest in peace, and my grandparents' books, and their great-grandparents, our great-grandparents, reading them, Buck Rogers and shit like that, of space travel, which inspired Star Trek, which actually had its own fucking TV show showing people stuff, but it was hoiky, where it showed little models flying around. Star Trek actually went into it, and again, you had a facility and a facade of people living in a what? All species and races of people living together. It's, in a sense,
utopia.
Yeah. People worked for free, had, not for free, but they had jobs, but yet it's a socialist communistic thing. Showing on American TV, but yet people didn't get paid. They worked, they just had their stuff. They got advanced, or they got degraded, or demoted. Hello?
But it still was got to do with the structure of society.
Of the Federation. Instead of like the Klingons, or this person, or this society, which was different. Everyone was seen as equal or whatnot. They portrayed in that. Like a democratic society. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I thought what these all was.
But yet you had from engineers to the bartender. You know what I'm saying? That show broke boundaries because you had, before it was legal for me to be born or us to get married, you had interracial relationships shown on television.
It had to be, like, the grounds had to be tilted a little bit before getting people ready.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I was thinking
how does William Shatner fly around space having extravagant times with a purple woman or a green woman, literally that's painted green or purple, and that be okay? While his communications officer is a African American woman, leading people into them actually having a relationship with each other, and it being shown on TV, again at a time that was not legal for you and I to be legally married. Comprehend? Opened up so many doors. But that man's life changed when he started doing solvent coagula. Again, that's why he's in one of the chapters of Trismegistus book. Or the rewritten version from the author from Sacramento. The version that you gave to me, that I asked for. up his story. How he got that job of being a part after committing suicide trying to changing his life.
Mm-hmm.
Becoming Sufi and going that route. Anyway. Virgin and Global, or Virgin and Virgin Blue, or whatever the fuck, Bezos and them, shooting off their rockets, literally look like the first sent-up spaceship in Star Trek. When they had to go back in time to stop the Borg, which evolved from one of our space satellites going out in the space and becoming aware and coming back, like they showed several times in a couple of their movies and alluded to. It's kind of interesting. He even showed that, hey, we got to keep our oceans clean because in the future, one of our satellites, aware, coming back from being self-aware, asked for them to speak with them. And fuck, there's no whales left in the future. What do the dudes do? Figure out how to slingshot around the sun and come back, and time travel, fly back in a Klingon warbird to San Francisco Bay and grab a humpback whale, and fly back to the future. Slingshot in the same way. Illustrating Newtonian and Einstein's theory of relativity and so on and so forth. Putting in parallels and things. Why they couldn't use a Star Trek starship? They had to use a Klingon warbird. Why? The Klingon warbird cloaks itself. And to cloak yourself, you have to put out ions and other things around it, so the sensors or the space or energetics around its lattice is different than surrounding space. Hello? Again, I grew up on these things. Formulated in my mind how to make shit work. And different things. And how not to. And filters. Stupidity of myself. But, anyhow. So did other people. Henceforth the fields and other things. And so forth and the stuff that we work. And we have. Again, it just started as writing, virtual memory of somebody. But then someone working on it. Seeing it as a child and so forth. And the image nation makes the work and be possible outside. But if an advanced civilization or a future self was able to change things, or someone figured out how to communicate with the past, what would happen? Henceforth again, we asking people, you know how MIT came about? Fucking the farmland being purchased? And someone like Madame Bukowski, but not using radionic devices and so forth, spoke with their dead child, or supposed dead child, told them to purchase that. In dreams, written from the parents themselves. I first brought this up to you when we went and watched Terminator. The what was that? The last Terminator we watched together, where they changed the timelines and so forth, and Skynet turned into Facebook and your tablets and everything in the timeline, instead of it being Terminators, machines shooting people. That last one we went and seen with the kids when we were in Tahoe. You have to ask yourself, how are they able to go back before the first original Terminator came back? And how the son sent the dad back to be created. And even more so, have a picture of his pregnant mama with him in it with him for his whole life to give to his dad to know who his mama was. So you see her get the picture taken over at the end of the original Terminator movie by the little Spanish kid with Polaroid camera. And save $5. Which is a picture given to his father Reese by John Connor. John Connor wouldn't have been made if he hadn't sent his dad back. But how did you send your dad back? With a picture of your mother pregnant with you if it hadn't fucking happened yet. Hello? People don't just look at shit. That's why I used to trip out on those movies. I used thought this way since I was a kid when I watched it the first time. Hello? Because that's their idea and so forth of time constraints with quantum and so forth and Schwarzschild proton, gravitational spin and engine. You know what I'm saying? I said it would be nice to talk with someone who understands non-time frame. You talk with a consciousness. So what frame of time is that person in? If said patent of your device that you're using to talk with means that it's instantaneous and you're stepping into that time domain that that person or said subject or object is that one is connecting to in communication. That's off the top of my head right now, woman. That's why I said the world's in trouble. If someone would sponsor me.
You know what I'm saying? As I want to sit down and
that's why I said the world
face it differently.
The world would be in trouble if someone would sponsor me.
Okay.
I said the world would be in trouble if someone would sponsor me. For getting an SE5. Why? Because this is the way my mind works with something like such. Why I make my own stuff. That gives you the same clarity as what yours does, but yet you still look for something that gives you for what you want. And so therefore I need sponsorship so that I can do my same stuff and give out that which you want and others. So there is no more liberation or, say, blinking of the eye and forgetting. You understand? Now you have a hard copy in your face, printed out in the words that you will understand or said. And it's like if you go against it, then there's no reversal. But then the symmetry of your lattice and reaggregate of whatever comes from it. The intrinsic rattle is shooken or brings back onto itself a sympathetic resonance that brings it back into harmony. I give the plasma out to people or crystals I've been tuned with, and I tell them what's going on in their house. But yet you smoke the plasma, ingest it in self ionically, and went through those treatments that I recorded and asked you to have this conversation about. And one stated do word state your state, and one asks oneself when I state to somebody what's going on, and they try to say that's not. I mean, they come back and yes, that's what's going on. Do you understand? How does one know? I don't know. You tell me what you think. It's formulated. that stuff and see if they got a thing on that movie. We're just jabbering about for a minute.
I think we should bring the projector out and cover
So,
that.
you're just space cadeting on me. Sucks, dude. We're listening to what people were talking about, and it'd be interesting to see what other people got. Because, man, I see all kind of different stuff, but again, it's a slice of seeing what's going on, because it's the first movie I've ever seen here up to date where they actually talk about Lenr and make it a focal point. Shit all would have went to shit if, but anyhow. And that's in 2067. I'm like, well, how you get to that if you keep suppressing everything that has to do with it in this time right now? Anyhow. Yeah, they're losing the first person's illustration. I wouldn't have watched the movie if I watched that person's thing. That's what's crazy. And the second thing, it was a robot voice, and I'm like, damn, that sounds like me, so I gave all the information up, but gave it in a strange way. And they explicitly said nuclear instead of cold fusion, which was the fundamental thing that had to be repaired. But, so I was bringing that up to Abuela, that I wonder, when will they open that up and stop censoring? Because it's in the simple things like, you know, educated people to be on television and be spokesmen and so forth, somewhat unpurposely indoctrinating people with purpose meta talk of stating not the former president, but still saying the former president as the president, and politicizing such things. With like January 6th thing that happened, understanding they were part of the dominoes doing such to get people illustrated, because the mindset. But yeah, they act innocent. It's crazy. Then those with childlike minds and a sense of uneducated precepts are the easiest to be led and fooled. And react with emotion and non-clarity without being able to see. And if you do that, you're going to fall off the cliff. And again, like with COVID, this is the same as in that, where it's like they state, you give us back your life. So we jumped through the thing, and we just wasted years and years and millions and trillions of dollars to try to get away from using plastic straws and single wrapper things and so forth. And the last year and a half, we've put more stuff in than we've done in the last 10 years back into the environment. And they look at NES. How are the greenhouse numbers and so forth higher than what they were? We weren't doing nothing. We thought if, we shut down the planet that we would get the numbers that we thought. But that's not accurate. Oh. Yeah. Simulation in real time is completely different, bud. Simulations only work if the data points that were injected into it were real and actually truly observed without ego. Otherwise, it strews the findings, along with the egos that are helping guide the numbers to be strewed by their potentiations and weapons that they're using for you to meet and match those analytics and cover up the weaponry that they're using and state and cost you and extort you for money to state that you're the cause of the issue. We can't use that, and we gotta kill this off and do this to make that possible. And I was like, yeah. Y'all need that. The thing was messed up. Why you send me there? He'd gotten locked up when we first got together. She didn't get to meet him. But he'd gotten out. Like I was telling you, I was sitting in front of my sister's house, rest in peace. Or the woman that, finding out through different things, if we say, acknowledge Paul as my dad and so on and so forth, then there would be blood. But as we explained with his brother being here, or being here and why he came up and so forth, and other things at the house, that I'd known them since they were little kids, and it's interesting how I was placed in their life when I went into the Terika. What I was saying to you about when this happened, the scar that I have here, him and his brother were with me. Right, what I was about to leave him going by, we're on Plymouth Street. There's a Spanish bread place. There was a sign, and I was on my bike. I was explaining to you, I went to go underneath the bike, and was a little too inebriated and smacked the sign. Because I thought, remember when I was explaining to you, I thought the sign that I was looking at was one of those plastic signs, but I didn't realize, because of the shadows, that it was on a board. And so, thinking when I grazed it, that what happened wouldn't happen, so full force running, I just caused this, which made my eye orbit. You could see this bone came out. I went to work the next day. I sat on the side of the curb because of the head trauma, because we walked to the 7-Eleven, and the dude tried to call the police on my nephews. Because he thought they jumped me, and I'm like, no, dude, they're helping me. This is my nephews, like, they're helping me. Anyhow, sitting in front of the house on Chestnut Street in Yuba City, on the sidewalk, talking with them, mollied out, but asking them to sit with me so that, because of the head trauma, because I was supposed to ride to Surinam's house, remember? I was saying to you, which was in Linda, on a bike. As inebriated as it was, I probably would have got either ran over trying to ride on the highway or riding on Old Highway 99. But anyhow, that was coming to my mind, and he's the only person or whatnot, extended family-wise or whatnot, to reach out and state Happy 4th. I'm gonna talk with him, do a video call, see how he's doing and the baby. And his brother and sister are doing. So, talking with nephew and so forth, I was thinking about something. Talking about that with you made me think of what I had titled a picture a long time ago. So I wanted to do a video to show you about rock structure. And how they play these games where I can't see my pictures and so forth. And as you know, there's a picture of the kids in the structure that I made for Nair for when the winter solstice that happened in 2010 when they had the eclipse on there. And anyhow, I'll show you something. What's funny is this is inside. So Aunt Pat, as you've heard me talk about a person, is sister, but it's not her property, it's her sister's property. Aunt Pat runs Karma Fest that I helped start with Kyle. So this is her from there. This is the structure that you understand, that, and the floor tiling and all that. Seen that hearth. I explained to you everything and why it was built the way it was. And how the pictures and so forth showed with me in it, in that structure. These ones I'm talking about, and I had videos and so forth, it never let me get to them. You understand? Like I said, we built this during winter. starting. And they're in the East Coast. It snows. This is in PA. Corner of PA and Maryland. They got frustrated with me because I was staying outside. I did lit the forest fires and other things, and they wanted me to stay inside the house. House, not this. But I'm like, dude, I'm in the lands of my forefathers and so forth. My First Nation side. I'm dialing up on my cell phone how to survive in this minus 30-degree winters. You know what I'm saying? As you know, the picture of Zeke and Naira standing there on the step. Again, this was made for little sister. The hearth cornerstone is over here. As you see in the pictures of what is it? Pictures of Amen or whatever. Let's see. Dude, where did those pictures go? Where are those pictures? Those pictures from Jack Radcliffe that were of the structure inside. Gone. You know the ones where it's wood and it's me and Kyle hanging upside down? Those were taken by Jack Radcliffe. I had to check to see if the gentleman's still alive. Because they're not there anymore. He took those. They're professional done pictures. He's a professional photographer. These ones. The album that went with this. Because it was photos of you, or of me, sent to me by Jack. Professional photographer. This is places known. So on and so forth. They use it as a meditation center and everything. I was explaining to you what was done on that property. And what they do with essential oils and growing the stuff and everything. And seeing it firsthand. These pictures. That whole album, if I hadn't used them as a profile picture, they'd be gone. It's interesting, certain things are missing now. Because my teaching Kyle how to do the stone stacking and so forth, but how to do the flanging and doing everything the way that we did, because DeWalt couldn't go through the black cicada. Trees are too dense. This stuff was all duck-filled flange. With rubber hammers and carved out. You understand? Out there in the winter.
Kind of. Yeah, I do. It's like a lot of fucking work.
And dogwood. The rope there is dogwood that we made ourselves braided. Out of the dogwood local. We did everything old school. We went to the Amish community and got the chisels and fucking shit. And the hammers. Do all this stuff. I had it all documented. That's why it pisses me off. This shit's missing. Or at least I'm missing from it. Because finally, this is what I was saying the other day. Finally, them letting me see the pictures that I have in albums. This is the stonework that I wish to do here. This is the inside of it. Like I was saying, this is the babies. We're standing right there. The pictures that I have of them for Zeke's birthday and Nair's birthday at that time, for that year. I never got to meet back with the kids. That's why this picture's here, with the candles. Association of the people. Anyhow. And again, that's why working with that shelter and so forth, because that was the school that Zeke went to. The day that I got out of court, there was the snake that talked with me and told me to come back this way. Chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Being put in the newspaper for helping them. Blah, blah, blah.
For helping what?
Helping the homeless and so forth.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, these albums, that's this picture. If you notice, it's a professionally done picture. You can look up the man, it's Jack Radcliffe, related to the Senator Radcliffe. Jack's pictures are billboards on the East Coast. What the fuck just happened? What the hell? We built that into the hillside. Everything was flanged. Fucking dead of winter. And Jack right there. That's why the church, we're like, we want you to do that work. And I was like, man, I'm starting to get funny out here. I think I need to, no, you're not, you're looking away from me. So you don't comprehend why I'm saying that when you laugh. Man, I'm starting to feel funny out here again. I need to go in for a what? Checkup. You understand? But anyhow. Interesting. Look at. As well as telling you, I kept trying to get started over here, but no one would do. She took, and it's blown up since I've been back here. Every once in a while, you see me communicate with sister. This is who I'm trying to get your aptitude up, because what she does with non-certification, you have to be on par. My writing of the parking lot attendant is the last Karma Fest that I did with her. And I did the Karma Fest parking to illustrate and train the people that are doing it for her now. And showing them how to be, because the first person that you see and the last person that you see is your parking lot attendant. So two rights and two lefts and a right. Get you off the Amish farm that we had rented there. I explained to you, those people freaked out because you have a bunch of people face being painted and other things and playing the band Talismo. telepathic energetics of psychic visualization, plasma, music and bands and so forth that I've explained to you that I've paid and so forth professionally and things. Started with him and sister. This is how I went to that show for free from Brad Kemputhbackies, who now runs his own CBD thing professionally. He gave me the ticket because the drum circle intermission in between the band setting up, Ezekiel ran a 40-person drum circle at her first show. And when I left, they went from having weekend shows or day shows to, hey, let's have a camping thing. That's what I help with. And said, this is what I've been doing for 15 years on this side, for Rig on the River and so forth. You know? But yet, there's no drugs at this. This is just healing.
Very family oriented.
Yes. Why the pictures I can show from it's just the kids and so forth from the places that they rented out. And why even though the cops are coming and so forth because of the Amish people calling the police and other things and so forth, permits were all done and there was nobody having any issues or people driving home with inebriated on intoxicants. There's no instances. You understand? All the facilitators and people there, though, are all certified in what they do. Except for more. Henceforth, why Spirit showed me that schooling so I could go get a piece of paper that I was explaining about. I met those people in Center City, Philadelphia, in the book and so forth, and the doctorate you have to take over on this side, and I wish to go that way. I wasn't going to go the way that my mom did. That's how my mom was able to do what she did, and she got in an argument, and I was trying to explain to her. The way that you went, the accreditation that you have, that's only accepted in one school. The United States, that's accepted in accreditation in the type of field work that we do. Where if you went for it, your field work that you know is your accreditation in a sense, because unless there's someone else doing it, who's there to say there's not? But you have to put in the work. Henceforth, or sending me that video going, oh, I did this. Well, it's like, what do I keep poking back at the bear? Saying, well, what are you doing with it? Yeah, it's there. It's in the plaque in the fucking frame, but what are you doing with it? But yet, even though she's done this, and it's been going on, it came back 2011, it's a decade now. World renowned, big time. People are domesticated by their clients. Therefore, when a person like myself opens up and goes to those people, again, I do what I do, and I don't need certification. As again, as you feel, those that are in those fields, I end up understanding and talk with them about it. And if not, do the energetics that they're doing. Without all the stuff that they've had to do, the state to be able to do such. While inebriated, in my inebriation, intoxication, and woes with me, because my kids got took and I'm going through a divorce because of my own inactions and inebriations of pushing them away. But all these people, we're all interconnected. You understand? So when I post something, you understand? Well, I'm selective what I do because of the people I'm connected with. It's like the pictures of me taking the thing was taken by Mark Kaplan, renowned photographer and so forth, and yoga instructor and other things. He helped you with the things that you like. Me and him spoke for that 3 days quite a bit about things. People quite admired the way that I put the flowers in my hair. So that's what I'm known for across the United States. Even when I was a kid. That's why Amanda Etchard's husband tagged me and sent me a picture of a Smurf. Flowers. Another person showing me Mel Perez for my mother. An older woman that I met through my mom. Showing me a dude with a beard with little flowers in there. Going, oh man, I seen this. I thought of you. Some things like this, I don't want to get in trouble for copyright for
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Well, regardless if it's a little painful or whatnot, just the memoretics of it, like it would free her. You know,
Yes.
just like that being brought to the light because she thought it was just a secret of both of them.
Yes.
Some shit like that. And so just
No,
her.
exactly. That makes so much sense to me. How
Regardless that she
my
can't
mom
change the
has
time,
been
I mean,
able to do things that I've seen her do manipulative to my Aunt Heidi.
that it's sad
And done
that you're
such.
like, I don't
Why
need to
I
do
have been
this.
verbalizing to her.
Yeah.
Please. Make it stop. I love you, Aunt Heidi.
Mm-hmm.
Make it stop so that you both can heal.
Yeah. But I've seen a lot of growth on Heidi. I'm like, what she just did of reaching out, not on the phone call, but like that message, that's adulty. You know, like that's a fucking, you know what? You and I got our own relationship despite of whatever. Like, this is us, not like fucking.
This is more than your mom.
Exactly. That's being adulty. You know, it's like. But yeah, obviously she needed to talk too because she didn't know how to deal with your like. I know she had cut her off somewhat, but she didn't know how to deal still with abuse. You know.
I bring this up in no means to cause any fights or issues with the two of you guys, but I feel that that is the vice. And if the two of you would worked on that vice, both of you would have been able to educate each other to where each other's relationships and so forth.
It would have been more conducive.
Yes.
Now, as Heidi, she said I was very young. Maybe like way beyond young average. You know, like.
Yeah, Heidi was 13 years old.
I think that's way young to have a fucking abortion. Way fucking young. So, like we were saying, like, why? I know, how are these children?
Well, I asked my cousin Michelle, why the hell were you flatbacking at 13 and 14 when you had your first child? What the fuck is going on? You guys are going this
Why
thing.
couldn't you fucking play with toys? Like,
what was the issue?
Yeah. What happened at your house that you would know that you would go to this other house and
You
how
had your
shit
first
went?
baby at 13 at Heidi and it was aborted, and my mom had hers at 15. 2 years later. What in the world are you guys doing?
Did she ever have an abortion before that?
This shit I have to ask. This is my mom's lifelong friends for 6 years. Since she was 6 years old.
She didn't say anything when you said that she was in your mom, huh?
Oh, she said none. I'm asking what the hell is going on.
And she don't say yeah or no.
I figure out who my father is and ask her the question when she picked me up, like I explained to you. When I was being followed around by the fucking police officer.
And
I went
she
to
happened to be driving with her daughter.
and Marissa, who hasn't seen me, recognized me. That's why she picked me up. Because I was on my way walking to the library. I'm walking to the library, looked up the microfilm, showed the wreck. And my dad was killed. Correlation to what my grandfather was. It stated to me. In his said close to death time, stating when his words that he said in the hospital bed when I went and visited him. He was like,
Did Heidi say, "Whoa, that's crazy that your mom would say that"?
yeah. Like, what the fuck? That's all. I was like, listen to this, honey. I don't know what to do about this. This is information that I bring this up as an adult.
Mm-hmm. As the adult.
Not throw no shit out.
Adult, yeah.
You understand? And help someone be free to such information. And not have it turned into, well, your kid said this. What? Well, yeah, I think this is what I've been trying to help you with. So you can help my mom and you guys help each other. Where you're stating she's always abusing you. Well, what is over you that she holds? Here, she just gave the key. And Heidi, if my uncle was doing what he did to my mom, what did you find cute in it if that's your best friend that you would lay down? Was it consensual? I want to know.
That's the thought that I had. But if it wasn't, why would you leave your house to go to a house that you knew that...
Was it consensual? Because what what happened with her and her brother molested her? What the fuck was going on in this area for that sickness to be around?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Where it's in all the politicians from their guys' age group, as you see when you moved here, that they're doing
crazy.
these stings.
Every fucking person has been fucking molested.
Do you understand?
I never heard of such a fucking blanket.
It's all next to this military base, dude. It's all the fucking the demographics is next to a fucking base.
I have just never heard of such a fucking range of
Fucking abuse of the women.
yeah.
Nonchalantness of the fucking police doing it. None of them think about it. Or the rape kits or nothing.
And so widely like fucking accepted. Because it's like what you're saying about the other side of the family, the Clavellos. You're like, okay, if that was a thing, let's fucking talk about it. Why wouldn't you want to talk about it? And then, if it ain't a thing, then what the fuck, why would you make it up? But either way, it can be talked about it. What did you say that your mom had sent her like 25 audios, but she only heard one? Is that what you said? Or read only one message?
She got off. And she's the key. I'm talking with different people and people finally being open. How does your best friend since 6 years old tell your son your dad's name is Frank, our last name is Harrison? And he goes to you, I had to explain to her, and it's the last thing I was talking with her. How do I after that walk to Uncle David's house, rest in peace? And the name that you give me, I give to him. And he said, I've been waiting for you to ask. Why didn't you ask me? I would have told you it was your dad. Like, what the fuck? And that's your friend? That you cried when you came back from going to the Marine Corps training? That he was killed? And my mom stating what she said in the Corps?
Yeah, your mom
Do you understand?
Yeah.
But yeah, what she said in the Corps about the letter to the family
Yeah,
in North Carolina and so forth correlates to me talking to Rodney Presswood, Joey's dad, who served with my dad, who I walked to, who's the head of the Cherokee Nation when I was a kid. Like actual head of the Cherokee Nation on this side, and then stepped down for the woman. Served with my father. They did the AIM and did all this stuff, the Beckworth days and so forth here. I get to find out my uncle doing that stuff. Rest in peace to him. But I talked with him about my dad and Harp in Bill Force Base. Henceforth, Andre Le Corbusier and Le Corbusier. Andre the First. The dad served with my father. I get this information from them. Tell him, yeah, I know you're dead. I want them for you to talk with us. This is my 20s. I was friends with their kids my life. As I said, I feel like a fucking Ethan White dude. You know?
Yeah, there's a lot of parallels to that.
Or shit in my life where I'm just like, what the fuck? That's why I told you during the court stuff. I feel like I'm being orchestrated, being forced to do this, therefore I'm gonna stop. But if I stop, I keep getting these streams where it's telling me they're gonna do something to the persons that are around me. Let me see if it's just fucking psychosis to myself. Oh, how many people this week disappeared? Let me see if Maria starts paying attention. Yeah, here, let me go back to doing my shit. The lawyers had read and watched the USB, given the information. Why was it not submitted to the courts? Now the man has been feeling in his arm and so forth that just had fucking heart condition happen. After me putting my hand over him and doing plasma, he gets a reaction, says, yeah, I'll take your shit. And here's my hair. And then reverts. And every time it gets a balance, don't pop up for court. Interesting. To the point to here, I'm going to do a balance and I bet you my guy won't be in court today. Nope. What's your excuse this time for not showing up, dude? To where now, son can't play it off. Now, don't touch me. Bro, you fucking retard. I don't have to touch you. To do what you're afraid of.
They went from having no idea to having a lot of understanding.
Real fast.
Yeah. Especially because...
Here's your file and I'm walking the fuck away.
Especially because the son had never really been on a meeting with us. Yeah. He was just getting what this...
Till that day that I made his daddy a sergeant move. You're supposed to be on the disabled list getting money for that, and now you're arm worse. Here's your file back and I'm walking away. Let me make sure all the USB, everything's in there. Well, what the fuck? How is this not a slam dunk, dude? Last time of firing up the butterfly was done for that. Let me change this. I see something goofy coming. Here we are battling. Last time around the butterfly. Other than the experiments. When it was a caterpillar. Yeah, I'm terrified. What the hell is going on with my mom? The lawyer's like, what is...
Is it your mom have never, in certain aspects, had never grown up?
No, a person's been trapped in that, and I've always acknowledged and explained that. And also to you. When being mindful and saying, hey, have you heard the tonal change? You're now working with a different personality. When we were hanging with my mom and so forth, and my mom would do the little girl talk, and you would see my voice get stern and say, please don't do that, Mom. Consciousness had split and changed from what she'd been through. You were in a different time construct. We're talking with somebody who would say tetanitis or dementia. Henceforth, me trying to talk with you about what were you connecting with and talking to, what time, to its consciousness. So I was raised around with someone that helped and raised, or not raised, but took care of someone with dementia and Alzheimer's. And in seeing those switches, during those times, and someone being raped and having other stuff happen to them and having their persona fracture to deal with the moment of what's happening. And understanding those markers when that would start popping out. And saying, you're not dealing with my mom. You're not seeing the parent. That's more me pointing out. Maria finally got to see that when I gave her that shot.
Also, there's a behavioral pattern that had been conducive to her, or she thinks it's been conducive to her, or had worked for her,
which, if what my aunts were doing in reference with having to be with my grandparents, great-grandparents, in accordance with going on in the house, with my grandparents, older woman with a younger man, 21 with fresh twins with an older woman that's in her 30s, that has 2 daughters already that are already in their age 10 and so forth. You know what I'm saying? What was going on in the home? If one was a flapper and the other one was a serviceman, and the stigma is you're not being faithful, and that's second husband. You know what I'm saying? What was shown to the girls before my grandpa came along, for them to be predators. If they were raised by the grandparents, supposedly, but that was not until the twins came along. So they were with my grandma. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What was she doing to pass to them? To where, you know what I'm saying? Whoop. In the instance of now, think of Isla, parents are arguing, what does my mom do? Now, difference of Isla and my mom, though, is, say, she's not a premature baby. My mom was. Mental faculties and all that kind of stuff that you have, she does not have. Premature child, therefore the intrinsic rattle is not complete. If I keep saying to you, wake up. And think about the stuff that I always talked about. My mom was conceived within my Uncle David, rest in peace, pregnancy. Mm-hmm. She's not a split zygote twin. A different type. Henceforth why she's in the study. Like other twins that are different.
So in all of her faculties and all of that,
premature
of
child
what makes her still
a year old, a month old, being raised by someone for a month, of your first month of life, being raised in the hospital, in the incubator, being tested on. Hello? Then getting out and having fucking the Forrest Gump fucking leg shackles on our legs. That's why my brother and I were born premature ourselves. Only gestational, not like she. We're full term. She couldn't carry the full term, so we're only 8 months. Because again, her hips and so forth are not fully formed. Why she has leg issues as an adult. But this bullshit you keep trying to come in your head. Again, her intrinsic rattle is not complete. She is one of a few premature children to be born at such size that she was, placed in an incubator and still be fucking alive to this day. From 1962. At a pound and a half. She only had 4.5 weeks gestation. To I celebrated a baby being born like my mom, fucking surviving. Okay. At this time. So I say to you, you're studying all that kind of stuff. Figure shit out, dude. Contemplate it, otherwise if you come with ego, you are having a discussion, and what do you get from having an argument or a discussion about someone that is not fully equipped from the fucking start? Henceforth, the lung issues and all that stuff my mom had in her life because as a preemie, you don't have at first your connection with your mother, right? So the heart chakra issues and the breathing problems and all that. Because for the first month, she was touched by not by fucking flesh, latex gloves to the fucking thing. Hello? Come on, man. Have an adult conversation. Or don't have it at all. You know what I'm saying? So think of that, and why I state, think of what you've lived in life to work your codependent bonds as I've helped your family. Those things that you choose and shy away from. How do you help my side? Sabe? Daughter-in-law. Be it son-in-law. And from my perturbation in, you're seeing what's going on. And me going, please do that for my side, because you hold those keys. Henceforth, my helping with sister-in-law and their grandkids or nieces and nephews. For me, my extended family. For you, it's your bloodline. Your issues you have with our daughter and so forth, and my mom, because it mimics your dad and the stuff that you've seen. I don't have that perspective. Henceforth, I can talk about what's going on in our sister-in-law's house. Being raised as a machismo man in a Latin fucking house. Well, if I take that aspect of such of how I was supposed to be, you would have the aspect of a household as Seminus. Henceforth, why ask those specific questions? And illustrate to you. If I was done how I was supposed to, I mean, your fucking life would be miserable. So I wouldn't talk with you. Everything would be done for you. I want you to flat back and I want you now. I want you now and cook my food. Shut the fuck up. All this stuff in here where I just have my little area of a couple things, it would be reversed. It'd be all my shit. Well, see if we got any room for your stuff. Hello? Get that specific question to your sister-in-law. Coming from someone that was raised by the same people that raised you. So how does someone get attracted to that and tolerate that and have a child and wish to fucking propagate? And it's like, 8 years now we've been married and I keep pointing that out. Stop doing that shit to me. Or I get frustrated. The woman ain't got no balls to say nothing. Why? I don't know. Yeah, you're not the same in the house. At least in front of the kids, at least. You can play like you're below him in his role. But at least in front of the kids, play like you're 50-50. No, you don't get that. Hello? This shit wasn't fucking integrated in my family. As you can see from the social groups of the people that were around my mom at that time to now, that still were having a fucked up issue. As I was hoping, fucking my words that are coming out of my mouth that I said to everyone that was around my mom, like I do to my wife and everyone else, if you fucking associated and you had no issues, the fucking don't come to help me, ask me for help, motherfucker, you knew what was going on in my house because my parent was doing what was going on in your house. Birds of the other flock to fucking together. Motherfucker shit. I ain't seen nothing that's disproved that shit to me. When it comes to that kind of energetics and shit. Because it snowballs itself. to get a couple of those people together, and it almost comes like a vicious game of who can disassociate more. And it's like, well, fuck. As much as you disassociate and you spend more time having the fun you guys are with each other, what the fuck's going on in the house and the kids? And the clothes look like, the food in the house, fucking who they're associating with, and now you have what? Oh my god, my kid almost witnessed somebody get stabbed in the fucking neck in front of them. Where did that person come from? Well, she was introduced by somebody that used to fucking protect me when I was flatbacking on call. How the fuck does this person know your child? Why the fuck does this person know your child? Mm-hmm. How do I come with it? Because what the fuck have I experienced in living my life? And I say, for those that pay attention and fucking help themselves, thank you, because you make that not be bad for me. Where's not one of them things that I'm waiting on? Motherfucker, please do something so I can release this rage from my body and be free. Give a fuck if I die or fucking get shot down or go to prison the rest of my life. At least I got that off my chest. And I can deal with feeling like shit for the rest of my life or whatever, or I'm sitting contemplating because you had nothing to do with that. But at least I got that off me. Crazy, man. Talking to you about only 2 people to reach out. And Heidi, have that discussion with her. And nephew. Like I said, this time cylindrically, several years back, because now I'm starting on my regrowth of self from the past since that happened. I was diagnosed and stated I was supposed to die. So I'm 7 years past my expiration date. It's a new cycle. And it's interesting, those two, after speaking about it and so forth, reach out. All his mercies. It's like I was saying, I wish you understood, like saying, the stuff Alon was saying, I didn't understand like how to respond. I asked my wife for several days, like, how do I respond to this? Well, shit, I just said hello. I was just like, day after day after day it is. And I'm gonna say this and like,
Oh, you just gotta ask yourself, is what you did, like, what is this person wanting from it?
but in that same instance, I was having that same conversation with you because I was trying to point out to her, Mom, I'm recovering from head trauma. Here's a picture. I'm in the same notion where you used to try to say that I was picking on you, and you stating you have head trauma, your stroke or whatnot, and you saying, well, by stating such, you're inhibiting your mind and you're handicapping yourself, so let's do some plasticity work, right? Henceforth, the snappiness and more aggressive sharpness of my mind this time, after having to deal with having someone take advantage of me and going, I'm not ever going to let that happen again. So this is from self. You know what I'm saying? It's different than the growth that had to come back the last time it was damaged.
Well, it's like what I see with your mom is like she's obviously lacking the tools in many aspects on like in nurturing, reaching out, and building relationships, whatnot. But but at the same time, it's like in lacking those tools, she had domesticated herself and domesticated everybody around her that that was what she did, right? So you all had these dance, like her and Heidi, you and her. And her, she tried pushing it on me, and that's when the first when I cut her off, and she apologized on me because I tell her, don't talk to me that way. Like simply, do not fucking talk to me that way. This shit don't work with me. Ezekiel, you were in jail. Your mom sent me that message, like telling me about deporting me and this shit, and she said she was really nasty. She said something about I'm gonna kill myself, and I said, please don't text me again. That was my response to her saying I'm gonna kill myself, and I said, please do not text me again. Do you understand? There's no engagement because the person is so used to. It would get to a point where the person is just so used to that. That's the way they know to get attention.
Yes, again, back to Isla. In a sense, a reference to NJ.
You mean as when your mom was a kid? How would she get attention from her parents?
Yes. In the instance of you have a sickly child and a non-sickly child. Is the sickly child truly sick, or is it being pushed to be sickly? Now again, NJ couldn't get his family to fucking unhook the water filter. You understand what I'm getting at? And me stating to him is interesting because I've seen this in families play out thing with my own thing. Stockholm syndrome of, what if I actually have the cure? Do I wish to get cured? And where's the attention that I would get since people give me this? Hello? We've seen it play out in many different families and so forth, me pointing me out.
Yes, that can have to do with the sickness, but it's like there's an undertone of meanness that is like, I don't see the people, like, I don't see these people fucking doing shit to you. Like, nobody that she's attacking and you all getting out of the way to fucking attack her or something like that. She's constantly, like, generating it. You know what I'm saying? It's not a response, it's not a reaction, it's a fucking action. Like, that's, like, the cup of tea that she's fucking doing. And it's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, what have I fucking done to you to behave in this manner? Like, seriously, what have I done to you to behave in this manner?
So, as she was stating, and Heidi was stating, your mom, last time we talked, she cussed me out because she was chewing me out about something about 3rd grade. And so I said, well, this is what's going on with us.
Because it's like, in reality, if it wasn't your...
She's stuck in this time frame, and her point of reference, again, like I argued with you, and during this time of going, okay, if you're going to have a fight with somebody that you scan that's mentally not up to the same par as you, but this person is asking you, what is your ego trying to point out in this argument when I'm talking about this orange lighter, and you wanted me to talk about the bag? What does the bag have to do with the orange lighter? Does the orange lighter come in the bag? Are you following along? Are you following along? So for them, they still had this repertoire of whatever was said at 3rd grade, as me pointing out, well, my mom was trying to make out the point that I had stated this, and so on and so forth, and trying to get Maria involved and stating da-da-da-da, and get Maria to state that, and see her point, when I had Maria say her point, but yet we got an argument, because Maria had said such, but I was asking her not to put it in the manner that she was, because it was from so on and so forth. Ego. It would cause a fight still. Instead of, you're stating, don't put words in my mouth. Say those words of observation. Otherwise, my mom stating I yelled at her, raised my voice. And Heidi, the only way that I raised my voice when I came back into the room was going, and I felt like crap for doing that for several months, and I actually talked to different clients that came into the shop that was pertinent to for them to help them, and also help my own self with that situation. So somebody's in the hospital room. They're, as you heard that voice that I state that I always would be careful of when I was a kid and so forth. So when she starts trying to play with me as a little kid, and you get away from that person. Do you understand? depending on what you make that person do, that's sitting there talking to you like they 3 or 4 years old. If you make that person feel uncomfortable, well, I'm not as small as I used to be anymore, so I didn't find myself being pummeled in the corner. And this person has no recollection that they've done such.
But there's nothing that I can say that would make the person do anything that could possibly hurt me because I haven't done shit to the person.
But it's not the person. Again, what time domain? If someone has a split or alt, you talk to your grandma, please be upon it. You scan a man that was bit by a cat that got tendinitis. That they tried to give him drugs to tell him to shut up. You're not hearing what people are stating. Yet he's finishing the conversation for people as I would do, because he could hear their voices. They're speaking outside the room or in his house that he was stating. Hello? And you fucking scan and pick that up. Can we have an adult conversation?
And I just have not quite
You
got the
understand?
understanding of what
So where is the
split
person's...
personality, all of it that he entitles.
So, every person that you've worked with, honey, that has had something happen to them, that has showed up in the scans, be it sexual trauma and so forth. And they've opened up and talked with you. You ever notice when I touch on some of those strings with the person, they completely fall apart? You see their mannerism, the way they act, the way their speech ain't the person that you've first seen. What is that? What time frame is that in? Is it the person that walked in the room at first that's 35 years old? Hello? Or what? So I say, let's have an adult conversation, homie. Otherwise, stop playing. You're just being a practitioner. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting and don't let your ego get stroked. As I'm in toss it. Continue talking if you like, man. Why? I say toss it to see if you continue with the speech. Like as I said, your body language is making me know that you're done. So I'm saying toss it on my side. You say, blah, blah, blah. I say, please continue. No, I'm going to quit. Henceforth, the sentences came out of my mouth. What the fuck did I gotta do? More people gotta die. Get people to act stupid. So are the numbers gonna get skewed? Or we'll wait and do another deep as well. How long does it take? Talk about some other stuff and let the wave hit. And we go, hey, we told you. Whoa.
Yeah, that's a good point. Both of them, neither one of them touched on that.
Is it gonna be like
But if
who breaks the egg first?
if you were listening to her, she stated what it pissed her off. She used to get aggravated. So I remember when we used to fight about stuff when I was a little kid. That would be 7 or 8. That'd be 87, 86 when we were staying with her. And Linda, what she was saying, dude, it used to piss me off when your mom would fucking say, you're 6 or 7 years old in front of you. In front of you, this would piss me off. What she said. Like what she said to me when I was in high school. I wrote to my mom, fucking, you told me that the baby that you love fucking was gone. So what the hell have I been? That's been in my head since you told it to me when you had that man beat me up. Those men fucking kicked my ass. For asking fucking for love like now. And being told fucking get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? For her open up like such, I wish to correlate with her and ask her, well shit, for my grandfather died, peace be upon him, and I was staying with him. He opened up to me about Grandma and Grandpa and him and fucking Aunt Kathy always going down to go see my brother and also myself, because again, I was taken from my mother. Hello?
Yeah.
And gotten back into her, or given back to her from the state. My grandfather telling me that my mom, the fucking nurses at the hospital or the place that had my brother, thought my Aunt Kathy was my mom, was my brother's mother.
Because she was there more than your mom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do I ask my mom these questions if fucking she flips out the way she did? And if the information she's saying and flipping out on, if you're saying it's so wrong, how is that when that came from who? Your best friend. Do you understand?
See? Somebody that has been your right hand the whole fucking time, too scared to fucking say something. Because what Pandora box is gonna get open here, kind of thing.
Of, like what I did with you, tapping on the forehead. Please don't do that because you're causing me pain.
But it needed
That's
to
why-
be done, so she frees herself.
That's why I opened up and said, where?
Because if it's just in between them, that's the hole.
Yes.
Open to the public, what you got? Nothing, because I got no shame, because it's out there, like I don't care. And there's like that, then he plays that acceptance or not acceptance, but regardless, there's like...
So I wish I asked. That's why I said, you stupid fucks want to have a family reunion with that on your agenda? I'll destroy you guys. Please do that so I can ask all these questions and have all of you guys looking at each other going, damn.
So if you're not your mom's, if you were not to be your mom's son, like, do you think like somebody, I don't know, like somebody would just say, give you to your mom?
I don't know, man. The time I was born, people were stealing people's kids and shit like that.
Yeah.
You walk in the hospital and walk out with someone else's child, dude.
Yeah.
You serious?
Yeah, it was really crazy. Or like all you had to do was like no errors and shit like that. Like yeah, it was pretty crazy times. Which still is, but it's like Ximena's fear, under in poverty places or whatnot. Like
That was
it
happening in
happens.
the 80s here.
Yeah, it happens.
Up through fucking the 90s.
How Ximena's telling my mom, this place is known for stealing children. And my mom is like, you're fucking nuts. How have you left the room? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, you're crazy, girl. And you're telling me this? Like, no. Oh yeah, that's what it's known for. But your mind just like tells it to yourself like normal. Right? So I don't know, I guess it's just like...
Yeah, when you have that stuff to your life and all everything kind of. You got somebody always talking shit, and you sit down and you live with your grandpa for a little bit. And instead of sitting there like a dumbass, you start asking questions. Grandpa, what's the family? Why has the family got so fucked up when my brother died? He used to be calling. How come you guys never did this? My grandpa opened up and was like, I'm sorry, dude. Your brother, Dad fucked us up.
Well, especially
For
if
some
they're
reason,
already
not
not all connected.
For some reason, not so much Casey, astaghfirullah for saying. That is not his kids. His blood daughter, baby died. It fucked him up. I looked into my grandfather's head. Hello? Didn't say the same thing for Casey. It tripped me out. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out what the hell was astaghfirullah so important about my brother that the family shut down that side of love when Malachi is 2 years older than me, but he already had 3 grandbabies at the same time when Malachi came about. Hello? He had Lisa, Cece, Maurice.
Maybe with what everything that had to do with your mom.
Lisa,
the family
Cece,
relationship.
Maurice, Elena. Hello?
Maybe everybody felt part of it.
Part of what?
Like responsibility or having to take care. Since I don't know what the circumstances were, but like think of, I don't know, just them as a unit with your mom. And
Who is a unit with my mom if at that time? My mom's 13, she leaves. She gets pregnant 2 years later. What are you talking about? Exactly what?
There
What
is
family
no
unit
unit.
or what are you talking
there
about?
is no.
Never mind, I don't want to have this
I'm
conversation no more.
explaining.
Please explain.
I was just explaining from my point of view that if as there is no unit, it might have been.
Unit of what? Because there is a unit.
They're all talking to each other.
Elena and Lisa, raised by my mom. Same with Evelyn. There is a unit. There's an 8-year difference between Lisa and my mother. What the fuck are you talking about? She paid attention to my mom explaining other things. She's at her sister's house. The family unit's there. Hello?
She was just not
The
talking.
painted Clarence, attention to Uncle Clarence. His wife left. Who's watching the kids? The sister. My mom. What the fuck are you talking about?
I was saying in relationship with your grandparents, not.
My grandparents, if you heard such.
You don't need to get like that. That's okay.
If someone left at 13, the relationship with the grandparents, what the fuck is there? Henceforth, extended family. And why extended family and people with such, you see, people take people in. And they get what? Took advantage of. Takes a while for someone to say, hey dude, it's been fucking what, 17 years and you haven't got off the fucking couch? Or offered to pay for fucking anything? And it's for me stating to you, because you're dumbass, when I go to jail, what the fuck you moving to our house? And I go, those people that are doing such are doing something in a time of need, therefore it's predatory. And you cannot comprehend that, therefore what did you do? Fucking lie to me, keep the shit, and then have the person move in, and then try to fucking make up some retarded ass excuse of why you didn't tell me for 10 days of me talking to you that the person's in the fucking house. But it still can't comprehend. And you still go on that same fucking ideological thought pattern. And try to justify it. Your facial expressions right now as I'm talking about it. Fucking crazy. to see how Leland, Matt, and everyone like such have been through such that has a pattern of such miasma flow in their family. They show up in their house and they don't have any issue with being there. The sense of normalcy, what you were raised with. Hello? Henceforth, you didn't perceive the, say, over-helping, taking a portion that they were doing. Well, you're going, no, dude. That's completely wrong. The shit I was raised with, and it's not going to work like that. If you can't see it, then I'll help you understand. Only time in our relationship I chastised you for your bathroom experiences, because we weren't in the house by ourselves. And you stating this is the thing in Abrahamic faith you do not do if you have guests in your house. Because it turns into Western way of fitna. Hello? And someone pointing stuff out. But what's going on in your household if you have a disagreement? Pointed it out to you and said this is what goes on in that. And what did happen? Hello? Brother? And the people we stayed with, and you going, why do you keep doing that? And I said, man, I explained this shit to you when I was in fucking probation before we got out. Well, when I first got out, this bullshit you guys are saying. Hey, Lynn, you got a bone in my house right now, Nate? Why, yes, sir. Well, sir, you know how it is, because we're military. I have to leave? Yes, brother. You got until fucking sunup, Nate. Can I leave myself here? No. You know, get young. Are you mad? No. Are you mad, brother? No, I mean, I kind of, you know how I am. I'm from a Marine Corps family, nigga. You know how let's get down is. Was there a rebuttal? No, man got up and she was gone. On that day. Other people, what the fuck I gotta go to with the shoot? Gotta fucking smack them.
Not just fucking disappear.
You know what I'm saying? Why? Because they asked me, hey, are you sleeping on my porch? My neighbors are seeing, and I'm not chastising you, but brother, they might call the cops on you, and I don't want you to get in trouble. Let me know what you're doing, and you can stay in my backyard or on my back porch.
You don't know what we got going on. You can't just.
I don't want you to get fucked off. Please don't do that, because my neighbors are being atrocious to me and my wife. And I'd hate for you to get stuck in the middle of such. Not knowing. Never see him again from that.
I'm going to the store. I never come back.
Yeah, I talked to him, gave me some money.
Is that what parents do? Like when parents abandon their kids, they say I'm going to the store and they just never fucking come back. It's like, what the fuck? I thought you said you were going to the store. That's bad because that leaves you like waiting. Like
that's
that
what my mom
shit.
and Michael did to each other, Maria. Hello? That's in my house. Keep rubbing your forehead and shit. I explained this shit to you. Talk to my Heidi.
In
1988, nice expression of what you're doing. Of pushing your thumbs and pushing the teeth thing out. You don't do it every time you do it. So I'm saying if it's an expression of what you're doing, what you exclaim to try to illustrate the furrowing of your forehead, which should not happen every time that you do your teeth out, because I'm sitting here watching you. That is not your modus operandi when you're doing your stuff, as you just stated it was. Like elbow tennis from keep moving your arm up and down, moving the stamper, right?
I just happen to have really funny faces expressions.
That's the same illustration of time of what I'm talking about.
So that's what your mom would do?
No, not what my mom would do. This is what she was showed to do after she got with Michael Mays, who would do that to her. And then after a moment of tit for tat, like me tapping your forehead, you don't like what I'm doing, so here I'm doing it to you. And I keep explaining to you verbally, I do not like what you're doing, and since you don't get it, I'm tapping to you. You don't like that. I don't like what you're doing. You say I'm being childish, but if I'm having to do this to you, it means you're being childish. Hello? So, getting to watch that in 1988, year you were born, 87, middle of 87, fucking Michael started doing that shit to my mom, where he'd say, yeah, I'm going to the store. I'm going to take off for 3, 4 days, 6 days, 7 days, and come back. She'd stay with him. Where's your self-worth, Mom? Now the guy's going and fucking doing all this stuff. So on and so forth. She dealt with it for a little bit. And then she did it to him. Henceforth, us bouncing to Vicelli and Clary. Hey, Mike, I'm going to the store. I'll be back. We want one new friend. The fucking Vicelli and moved. Literally just uprooted. I had to deal with the bullshit there. Living in an apartment the size of this fucking shit with 15 Mexicans and their kids working in the fucking fields, dude. Our fucking coyote friend, they spring people. So I said when I looked at you, I said, you're a fucking coyote. That's right, Ernie.
At that time, your mom could work and everything.
How she's on welfare for me, nigga. She moved from fucking working for that lady, she went all over. She had a breakdown. You're a broken robot. Here, we'll put you on this shit. We'll give you this much money for your kids, and that's it. Not for you being fucked up, for your kid. For you to get shit, you gotta prove that you're disabled or this or that and that and this and another thing. And what I didn't understand was my mom went for full disability and other things as such, as you see. Excuse me. Where if she gets anything, she gets her stuff taken away. Right? What doesn't make any sense is she has to prove, as you've seen, I am sick or disabled. When it comes to stuff, look at me, please. She has to prove that. You've been around for 8 years. Going on 9, where she's had to do that. Our discussion last night telling you, please be an adult. My mom was born less than 1.5 pounds at 4.5 months. Understand that. You act fucking stupid and shit. And understand the faculties. Understand the faculties of your mind and my mind. And everyone else that is not a premature baby at that extent can never comprehend or not comprehend what the fuck one of those persons can or cannot fucking do. As they're showing now, years later with people my age and your age, and our daughter's age. Hello? Of what they're able to do, not to do, in studies of seeing emotional da-da-da-da-da-da. Like me explaining, me and my brother, peace be upon him, born early because my mom was pulled the fuck out. Why my Uncle David, rest in peace, her twins, middle name is Lackham, or Jacob in English, heel puller. Well, the term comes from the Bible. He pulled his sister out. Hello? You understand? The family dynamic we're talking about of saying there's no dynamicy there, but yet don't know why my mom moved into this stuff, but her extended family, as you see, people bring her stuff. It's been like that since she was a kid. But she always says, I have no family. That's the thing I tripped out on. But yet, a premature person, the extent of my mother, is the thing that I don't get is the state makes her prove she's disabled, but yet, from fucking birth, she's been a premature child. And I've been trying to tell my mom, look at the studies that they're looking at these kids, and they'll stop fucking with you, showing that you were a normal person. Like when she went to work for the co-op and those people, and she had to fucking prove that she can stand after fucking a life of, no dude, I'm disabled, 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 no dude, I'm disabled. Why the fuck are you disabled? You understand? that mindset happened in '88 when that shit happened with the police. Otherwise, yes, my mom was not a broken home. She worked over the table. After that, here's some food stamps and some shit, and you're on disability. Well, for you to stay on disability, you gotta fucking get this and this and the 2 Trumps and fucking mental health and it's like, what the hell is actually wrong with you? If at the time, something happened that made you and your child homeless, or you homeless to where you could not provide for your child, what stress point happened to where you thought this was the better outcome of I received this check and I can't work? Hello? When that shit happened, Maria, my mom was making $30-something a fucking hour in the 80s, nigga. That's why I jumped on my mom's ass going, what the fuck is wrong with you? Bitch, she ain't worked since then. And there's nothing fucking wrong with you.
Yeah, when they have the co-op and everything.
And there's nothing, yes. Until she kicked me out, as I stated. And I said, I'll get you for fraud, bitch. Hello?
Yeah, your mom been part of the system for way too long.
Or the system's been part of her. That's why I stated to get someone to go through some stuff. That's why I get on the saw and everybody going, dude, for you to do that, you fucking fucked your life off and you fucked your kid off. You have to submit. And to submit to get that stuff, you gotta play a broken...
Speak into existence the condition that they want you to fucking have. Because you didn't have it in the first place.
And never...
Now you do. Which manifestation?
And never get away from it.
Ever. You have conditioned yourself
and
into
your
a
kids,
state of mind
and your lineage.
that is disability.
And your lineage.
Yeah. Dude, it's yeah. That's insane. That is child abuse. What I've seen that sister that is 17-year-old, and she's taking her second, like she's having a second child and taking the first child to take the 4-year-old anxiety medicine and shit like that. Because she's on anxiety medicine and her whole family was on welfare and disability.
And the fear of not having enough.
And what's enough? Because what they're giving you ain't that good anyways.
But it is, actually. Or at least back when I was on welfare, we used to still get... You still get food. Mm-hmm. It's not like now where the president fucking knocks it and says you get grade D food and E food for fucking welfare. We still got food. You didn't like hot food or cold food? Motherfucker, you got free money in your hand. The only thing you can't buy is cooked food. Huh?
But is he still thinking about
The
it?
only thing you can't buy back then was cooked food. I can buy everything everybody else has, but I just can't buy pizza or a fucking cooked hamburger already.
Deli.
Hello? No, you can get a deli sandwich, nigga. You can't get hot food with food stamps back in the day when I grew up. You can go to deli sandwich, you can go to every goddamn store that got whatever fucking get a Subway sandwich this motherfucking long for free. Unheated. As long as it's been heated, then it's out of your territory. But if it's not heated, it's in your territory, you can get everything the fucking rich people got. Why everybody fucked up and fat and fucked up? I don't know. You tell me. What the fuck is on the channels? What the shit's on the thing? What's the fuck's in the commercials and so forth, like Pixel's Rock and Roll Bros? The little kids fucking getting shit. Last time I went in the store, what the fuck are you looking at? Chips Ahoy cereal. They got rid of Cookie Crisp when I was a kid because they said it was fucking changing shit of giving a kid fucking candy or a cookie at breakfast. What the fuck is the cereals now?
But now you can't justify your mom getting out of like the trickster is she getting $20,000. She can't get out of the fucking housing because that's what the government is saying for in a fucking year and a half or 2 years. You know? So it's like do you get $20,000 and you lose the housing that you had arranged for the rest of your fucking life until you're dead? Which you already, if you think about it, you have to take the loss because you're already being. I know it don't sound right because it's not the same source, but it's like I don't know. It seems like the government is like you can't have it all. Well, it's like brother with the security on this property too. Like they put a cap of your income if you can have any income at all. But on her. She gotta wait it out. Like she can't jeopardize her housing.
No, because she went to the classification that she's disabled. Disabled.
Right, like non-income whatsoever.
Yeah, if you're
So
disabled,
they'll cover all of your bills, but you can't have no things
Nothing.
in the books, no income whatsoever.
no.
Well, but when it's
people don't understand that. If you ask for help and they give you the help, then you can't help yourself. Huh? What retarded system is that?
But
we're gonna start giving people monthly income on the social thing, which people not on that.
On the foundation
If you
science,
make some,
yeah.
if you make some money on the side while they're giving you some shit, your shit is cut.
Even when you, yeah.
How the fuck am I supposed to get about this? You're not. That's why I set it that way.
But it truly would make no sense for a mom to lose her housing over $20,000 when, you know, you'll take the $20,000 and in a year and a half or two, you're in ground zero because you need
Faster
a
than
place
that.
to live in.
Faster than that.
Well, yeah, because a few months back, she told me she had gotten some credit cards and shit, and I was like, no, Bonnie.
Faster than that, honey. I ain't even talking about that. I'm just talking about normal living. So they remove her from that stuff. Who pays for her medication, honey?
Oh, wow, yeah, that's It was medication
What the fuck
for
do you think?
thousands of dollars.
What do you think happens when they kick her out the shit, nigga?
No, she can't. She can't. She gotta take the loss. But she'll see us.
This shit is disgusting here, dude.
Yeah, but she'll have to take the loss. In the situation that one is in, like in the predicament that one has put oneself in, taking responsibility and accepting how the system is in one's faculties of mind.
They was at the bus stop. They was at the bus stop and got on the bus. Put it that way. You want to ride the bus, you gotta fucking follow the rules.
Mm-hmm.
You want to ride a bike, well,
got some freedom.
You gotta get the fuck off the bus, and figure out how you can put the bike on the bus. You can't do it with a car. You understand?
Yeah, you gotta make it like adapt to.
You understand what I just said there? Because the car is called money. It's like her van. It's an oxymoron when she told me that she's fixing her van up when the equity of your vehicle goes against what your monthly payment is if you have assets. I mean, they go through your bank account and everything. They couldn't give me or you the money so that I could give it to my mom. Because they look at that shit. You understand? It's twice I've seen my mom go through this shit.
Oh, but one needs to take realization, like...
It was just 20 grand. Last time she got almost 100K. They fucked her off for fucking buying a van, modifying, put a wheelchair fucking ramp on the motherfucker, lift him, all that kind of shit. What the fuck kind of sickness is that?
Well, that's something different because you could take that. That's
Her first
substantial
wheelchair,
enough money.
Her first
that
wheelchair
can
that
make
she
a
got,
difference.
that motherfuckers gave to her for free now, she had to buy. You know how much them shits are, dude? Yeah. It was $15 motherfucking $1,000, Maria. Yeah. For her first fucking scooter, dude. In 2006. $15,000, $9,000 for a fucking wheelchair lift and battery pack and control system would be put in her van. Plus the $35,000 motherfucking Ventura van that she got with dual fucking doors that opened up on the side that year that came out. Hello? State came and took that shit.
That's too bad because that's substantially enough money to make a move. That made a difference.
What do you mean make a move? That was her vehicle. You have to spend that money within a month, nigga. You don't comprehend what the fuck my mom was saying to you?
Could she have not put a down payment for a house or something like that?
How the fuck you put a down payment for a house? If you're on Social Security, you assets count against the money they help you with. You're not following along. It's four words out of my mouth. Mom, if you got that money, how in the hell are you going to do that work to your van to where your van is worth 20K as you're stating?
The one she got parked in the driveway?
Yes. She said she's dumping in debt. She don't understand what the fuck's words coming out of my mouth. Federal is the same as fucking with your immigration, honey.
Doing the same that she had done
before.
Yeah, Same, the exact same over again.
The only difference is she owns the shit and it fucking. The only difference she owns it. It's not in her spouse's name jointly. Again, my mom didn't have credit. Steve bought it for my mom. She gave him the money. He missed 3 payments. Because they were fighting. Repo came and took the shit. Hello? But still in the same instant, Mom, you have a van. It's assets like with you. It's like on welfare. You seen the packet when our daughter brought the shit. And I said, honey, I got too much assets for me to be able to fucking do this for you. Hello?
As far as address, why the fuck do you want to be in welfare?
I've already been there and tried to do that.
Boy,
Let's address the first message. It's called People Around You, Social Group, and Family Lineage. Hello? Or no?
I didn't see you having addressed it.
Let's address why you're on welfare. I don't know, that's why I did. I tried. She went to her mom. Hello? But let's address this. Ted and Donna ever be on welfare? No. Person on my side of the family. Only person on welfare is her dad. My mom didn't get welfare. She got welfare from me. Before I was on welfare when I was a child. As I stated to my daughter, I never been on fucking welfare except as a child, and I didn't get the money from that. Henceforth, I made your grandmother fucking discontinue the shit because I said, you're not extorting me, nigga. What the fuck do you need this shit for, honey? Because you're not using my tax bracket to do such because I make too much assets. You gotta talk to your mom. And if you need fucking money, come to the fucking shop and work, nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you? Ain't nothing free in this motherfucking world. You're a Metcalf. You carry that last name that I do not. I don't know about your Pearson side, but we don't do that, kid. Live underneath the motherfucking bridge before you get a handout and work. And hand money out that you make to the other motherfuckers that out there to show them that you can fucking get up and do something. Shit. So that's me. The handout of the favor, which means you owe somebody something.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Just
Depending on how they get you bind down and owed, they fuck you off. And there is no fucking out from it. Because you done sign a piece of paper and all this shit that's stating that fucking you wouldn't do that. Which I don't comprehend. People don't understand when they sign that shit. You're in contract now with the government that you're their slave. They can use the fucking as a political pawn. Politicize you and change your fucking family's lineage.
fuck that.
Uncle Clarence, all his kids, welfare except for Maurice. Well, I don't get him on Clarence for that because he's a man with 5 kids by himself. No high school diploma. Provide for his kids. Other people, you see the house filled with bullshit. And the kids ain't gaining weight. Parents do. What the fuck's kids getting out of it? It's that fucking diabetes and all other shit, because finger biting. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm gonna ask Aunt Hattie. The L.E.N.R family, you guys had money in a time when there was too many black families out here that had something. You seen where Mom's house was where we went. That's the nice part of Linda. They own 11 properties, honey. Hello? As I said. It'd be like you and Magda or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? 2 prestige families in here. What the fuck are you doing flat back and she flat back and you guys fucking around? What is your guys' issue? Why is always the lower
The deadbeats, supposedly, their best clients are the fucking upper kids. Their clientele.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I was with all their friends and everything from good families. You see all the people my mom knows. Well, I said to you, what the fuck, the first thing you do is you run across the fucking train tracks to go get your Vietnamese boyfriend or Korean boyfriend, whatever the fuck he was. Any other persons that you had that your parents did not like because they were not from your social paradigm or even from your district or fucking the city. Hello? Henceforth, my grandpa stating that, rest in peace, when he had a stroke, stating about the blood not washing off the bridge for 3 fucking weeks when it was raining. My dad was killed.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Yeah, so what the fuck are you talking about, Grandpa? I won't talk about the rest, but he opened up to for him. Uncle Dave came in and they gave him some more morphine. I asked him, questions. What is different? I haven't heard this before. What the fuck are you crying about, Grandpa? Because you're making it sound like fucking you had accounts of the murder. Once you get on that's it, maybe you won't. Let me go investigate this shit in Dallas. They had just changed Wigwam Cafe, our campus name for our auditorium where we eat in Marysville Indians High School, to the fucking people's last name that ran my dad down. Changed the name to it. And that's the family who found Ishi, nigga. Think of that. They're for you. As I said, Michael Fence, read this shit. It's crazy. You can see the family lineage. It's a trip. And while we were here, they changed the thing to the last name. When we drive to the middle, Marysville High School, you see where the kids go to eat. Change it to the family's last name. How's that the fuck? Interesting. How you hit somebody at the street light and drag them all the way halfway around over the bridge before you realize you got something in your fucking bumper, nigga? Huh? You understand what I just said right there?
Mm-hmm.
How do you hit somebody at that street light and drag them halfway over the bridge before you realize that you're doing something as such? So much for that, it was barely recognizable that you could tell that he was set fashioned with his legs and his hand down. Who sits in the street like that? And he put in the corner that he was fucked up on drugs and so forth, the dope fiend. He set himself there on purpose. That's what I was told my mom several times. My Uncle Clarence said some shit. I said I went back over there because he'd stated that dope fiend, your dad? Hello?
Yeah.
Like I said, when I was a little kid, people we tell they're talking about my dad when I was little, when we dropped off at my Clarence house and so forth. Come in the room, people get quiet. Same with my mom, people get quiet. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, the way your mom freaked out that day among Shasta or going to the Shasta CD and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Again, this is information from your twin and your best friend. And your nephew. All these people are wrong.
Well, why would these be kept from you? Like,
And then the information about North Carolina correlates with what Rodney told me about my dad and his family. I came to get him. His sister.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. Because your mom said something about a helicopter trip of the body and her talking to the sister.
And then have to bring the body back that way. I got family that I need to get a hold of. He was from a well-off so-and-so. I give a fuck about him. I just want to see the family and talk with him and understand the other side that comes. Because her story was corroborated by fucking Rodney. Rodney said that before I went to my mom's and opened up and asked. And so I was like, okay, tell me more shit. Because you're missing this up. This is this, but these other people were saying such, but these are binding together. They're stating it's years apart and da-da-da-da-da, but again, how does your brother, how does your best friend
After years and years and no one saying nothing to me, I get set on fire, as you heard, by the police and shit. And that comes to me as my dad. That's why I said you need to read that police report. That happened this month. Locked up and detained for 3 weeks without no charges and then released. Stuck in minimum. That's why I got the green shirt and everything. And purple boxers and motherfucking socks to remind myself. Stay the fuck away from there.
Way too crazy, like, what? It's fucking for movies, people.
So when a motherfucker asks you, can I have an adult conversation, you start getting all, can you understand why? I get frustrated as shit if you can just contemplate just a little bit of the fucking shit that we're talking about. Why somebody would get frustrated. You understand? Not once with all the adults in my fucking life, other than last night, and I've been able to ask a question, somebody gave me a straightforward answer. Hello? I'm an adult to a fucking adult.
And just because she reached out.
It was a split second. Looking at her, she was like shocked, like, no, I'm not gonna say nothing. And instead, yes, that's true. Wait a minute. Really? But yeah, Heidi, if this went on like such, then was that before or after you were molested by your brother, Heidi? So this ties into back to the thing of sickness and damage I was trying to talk with you about and her about going, it makes sense now, you trying to heal and do stuff, why the fuck your sister is not been messed with by your brother or had the shit happen to her is fucking beating your ass, not physically, but physically, mentally, you're beating your own ass because of shit in your head because your older sister, she's fucking rebuking you for saying, hey, let's get past that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get past this? Because fucking, I'm trying to. It happened to fucking me, yo. Not you. Why the fuck are you beating me? And this happened fucking, we're in our 60s, honey. You know what I'm saying? Social paradigms. Why? Your friends come around, we need to check them. Because if you still ain't worked on some shit when you were a little kid, that I asked you to dress before you get in your 30s, but you're in your 30s now and you're starting to act like a goofball like my mom. Because the shit's boiling up. Which means those who you come around that you have that share that interstitial water and interstitial codependent. If you ain't working on it, they ain't working on it. And ain't nobody, as I said, bring this into the conversation of the social group. You gotta be the asshole. Or the weirdo, or is seen in that group of, we need to address this. 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 We need to address this because we all share that. And if we don't, it can pop up in our kids. And we're gonna be like, oh, like my mom said, I don't like you. Why the fuck don't you like me, Mom? As you stated, it's because I'm what? I'm factual, I don't make up shit. Seems like I hold you accountable for shit.
Got a memory, don't play along with your fucking bullshit.
As soon as I start
Yeah, it
figuring
makes sense that you don't like me and you got nothing on me to thread on me because I have cut the fucking ties to you unless you want to keep holding me to you and saying that I'm gonna fucking need you. Why would you want me to meet you when you're not in the faculty to fucking do something for me? Like, if you were to need your mom.
I'm not trying to be mean to you and say, Mom, like I said to her several times in my life, Mom, the way that you're treating me, would you have cheated Malachi? Imagine if Malachi had not passed away. Would we be arguing like this? What would our relationship be like, Mother? Hello? What would our relationship be like, Mom, if you had eternally
disabled child like yourself, and you're saying you can't take care of yourself, but you would be in control of Malachi if he had not passed away. What would be the social paradigm with right now? I'm taking care of you and my brother, and trying to have a family and a wife. Hello? That's, do you understand?
You're just full-time nurse.
Do you understand?
That's your life. Yeah. A responsibility. You're kind of born into or whatever.
That's what I've always asked Mom. What are you talking about? What would our lives have been? What would my life be, Mom? You can't take care of yourself, and I took care of you. But yet you had a child that you couldn't take care of like me, but then you supposedly prove that you can take care of me, and you keep steady flip-flopping and going, man, I should have let the fucking people take you to China.
For you to have a good future.
But then what kind of world do we have if you take my knowledge of what I have and you give me to them people? Hello? That's why I didn't go to school here. Yeah, I couldn't say no. And I always wondered, would I still be an American citizen? Thousand talents, nigga. They go after from fucking little children to fucking adults. You understand? People don't comprehend that shit. Them people sponsored and paid my mom to get me. Talk to her about it. You understand? I was almost sold like a fucking slave to do stuff for my mind, like kids from the Olympics and all that fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Thousand talents coming to recruit next to the base, homie. Wake up, man. Offering fucking special forces. What the fuck is this person doing with my hand? Otto Harris.
Sounds like everything was very orchestrated.
Otto Harris. That's why I said I'm sitting here at a sober note and I'm thinking, what the fuck? Like the Ethan White.
And the fact that his dad sat in front and he said, I never had a dad. I don't know if you knew that, but I didn't know how to be there for you because I didn't have a dad. But everything that I do it for you. But this is my way of showing you that I love you, but it's obviously it's not the standards of
and I wish I could
the
have done
universal
different.
love and what people. And yes, that's great, and it's very fulfilling. But in other aspects of this plane that we exist in,
It's hollow as fuck.
seems it's perceived.
It's I explained to you why I made my Facebook, why I documented everything. I explained that to you. All this was so the babies could understand my work.
Mm-hmm.
And see some shit like that. What the fuck?
I understand your perspective, but I also understand your child, your inner child that is here wondering who his dad is. And
I'm wondering who my mom is.
Who your mom is, your identity,
You
who
understand?
you are, what makes you, even with your uncle now. Things that pop up.
Do you understand?
That
I was told that when I was a kid. And then here recently told that in my 40s. Hello? That was told to me right before I turned my 40th birthday.
I know this is really mundane, but it had ever occurred to you to do like a DNA test with your mom, like from her?
Why?
How crazy would I know this is fucking.
Why?
I don't know.
How crazy would it be if it turns out it's not my mom? Okay, this throws more shit on my head of
Yeah.
what?
Why wouldn't people be honest? Like.
And
why?
who and where do I come from?
And everybody, like you're saying, like it hurts to see. Like Heidi is like, okay, this is your secret. I understand, but
Everybody's
it's like,
played this secret game until I actually asked a question.
yeah, like everybody's just waiting to flip the card and be like, oh yeah,
Or
this is
be
the
on the
next
left-
revealing thing.
Or be on the last deathbed like I had to do with fucking Aunt Irene and so forth. And be like, was Frank my dad? Oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. What the Aaron, have me going to... How am I 32 years old, bitch? And I'm fucking asking you this question. I've been asking this question since I was a little kid.
Now I'm in my 30s and you guys want to start out opening up because you got cancer and you're passing away.
Also, it feels like you
What
were
is it?
you were more mature than the whole sort of like
Just
unit
think of
that you were put in.
Think of Vicente, honey. Hello.
Mm-hmm. Well, but it's like us seeing Vicente grow up, right? We knew the environment, we know everything that is going on. Imagine, like, I don't know, Vicente's told dad, or he's not told anything, and I know where he comes from, who his mom is. Are you just gonna hold it until the person, like, I know, I'm just like, battle on like the role that people are taking upon, like information, like holders of information.
On the Truman Show? Does that feel? What did
Yeah.
you say? Like the Truman Show? Not the Truman Show, the Truman Show?
Yeah, the Truman Show.
But then I have my mom's words in my head going, oh, you poor baby, look at, see, there you are whining. Filling that girl's head up. What bullshit that you don't have no family or this and that. And it makes it to where I shut up. Like, well, I don't really talk about this. I'm scratching the surface, Maria. I'd fuck your head up if I went deeper, dude. I tried to do that with Heather and Erica, and it turned out fucking my kids even took away, so. We're not with that circus. Well, actually, bitch, your fucking family's the same as mine. That's why we're together. If you would just help me unlock my side as I'm helping you unlock your side. We can play fucking yours is better than mine. But if we're together, it means it's fucking same.
Yeah, I don't think there's such a thing as one's being better. Like, there's not such a thing. It's just like shit needs to be addressed. Like, there's no comparison. I don't think that there should be like finger pointing or shit like that. I just feel like there needs to be, like you're saying, like there needs to be acknowledgement, there needs to be understanding, there needs to be, in order for growth to happen. Because like we've seen, one can turn a blind eye to one single concept. Where you got a whole fucking, like 5 different women that got cancer for them because of the blockage, just the fucking mental blockage that they had put on that traumatized area, that they have turned a blind eye, they think it's buried, and like they have to address it while their body is fucking screaming, you know? So it's like, maybe if I wouldn't have maybe, yeah, if I wouldn't have done the practice that I have with people, and me as myself gaining my own, like, at least repertoire of experience of, like, common denominators and things that have to do with the whole work that we've done in the shop and everything, like, yeah, egotistically, one could easily say, oh, like, they're fucked up, this and this and that.
Yeah.
But
I
no,
mean,
at any time, any of that
you
can
just
pop
spent
in
a
my
couple of grand
house.
in several months and years of your life to go to yoga and all that shit, and you can't have an adult conversation like this and take your ego out of it and be like, look.
But there's really no difference, because I know people like
if your house
that have
is
had
like this,
abortions.
my house is like this,
It came up when
and
I
you
was getting
motherfuckers
her.
drive over from your little fucking shit to my place and won't even sit on the couch. Dad.
Are you talking about Candace?
It's like, why my mom felt that way with you guys, your parents. Because
Did my mom
hers.
feel like that? You say your mom?
Stop having a conversation, your motherfucking head, or I'm gonna stop talking. It's why my mom treated your mother the way that she did.
Mm-hmm.
Not that your mom treated my mom. She PTSD'd your mother. Visit. Because look how your mom came. But not in the way of Tom. But in the same way of Tom. But in a genuine way. My mom blanketed. And, oh, you think you're fucking like, you're better than me? here's this person sitting here with this stuff, and here I am living in Section 8. Doesn't come to mind, I don't care. But yet the last time, we were doing something, running our own business, first thing out of the people's mouth is, yeah, honey, we're moving you back home. Flying all your shit, and I'll drive the fucking car back. That's a shithole right there, literally. I was like, huh? You live with drug dealers and so forth. Again, back east is still illegal. It's like with you guys, still illegal. So what we're looked at, what we're doing is we're just fucking dope fiend drug dealers. Like, how the fuck you getting this? Get the fuck, come on, get in the car, come on. But Dad, I want to go see it. Yeah, fuck that nigga. She's supposed to come see me in jail. I ain't get seen. All they did was come out and
she
pick
needs
up
to
the.
grow up too, because she got
all
her
they
friends
did-
telling her what the fuck to do.
It's the same with you, honey. That's why I said fucking cut the umbilical cord. We gotta get you a brain where you think for yourself, otherwise it's not marry your parents. I'm not going through like I did with my ex, where it's like, she's Portuguese Latin, you're colonial Latin, same fucking demographics of, I'm on the phone with my mom every motherfucking day like my ex was. I need to get her to think for herself. Couldn't get that with her. It was a problem with us at first, and now you are doing your own thing. Hello? As mom is doing her own thing, where it's not this, okay, me and dad's relationship's kind of fucked up, let me see what I can do with fucking my daughters or my kids and fucking orchestrate and play pedal with this shit. You understand? Because at first I had a jealousy between my exes and you. But how close your relationship with your parents. I explained that to you. But then I started realizing, how the fuck am I jealous about some shit where somebody's getting pipe fed some shit that ain't even fucking real or rational to our relationship that's causing issues? How can I be jealous of that shit? Somebody trying to live through somebody else's life. And they don't motherfucker need to live their life and let us live ours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and be respectful
Yes.
of your own decisions.
Be respectful. Period.
My mom always
Of
says
that decision.
my grandma said this, like when I would go to I told you this, like when I would go to my grandparents, my grandma would say, you know, like I would just like talk to her about situations in my house or whatever, like decisions that I had made and decisions that my parents made in rebuttal, you know, like things like that. And my grandma would say, I'm not your parent, but I don't approve that, you know. She would give her insight. And and like growing up, I felt like still now, like my mom would
I never got to talk to my grandparents about what went into my house because of what was instilled or beaten into my head that what happens in our house happens in our house. I never got to reach out, just like with our relationship when we go through arguments or fights. I don't externalize it to anybody.
Well, my grandma would say, like, because I would just be, like, decisions, I don't know, not like, I don't know, my mom and my dad argued last night, but, like, bigger things in the bigger picture, like, yeah. I don't know, like, things, you know, in the dynamics, how things were. Like, I would talk to my grandma, and my grandma would say, I don't approve of that, or I approve of that, but this is not my household, so I really don't have no say, they would say. You know, like, my parents would say, I have no say, but I can have my own opinion. Like, I'm not ruling over that house, but I can still have my own opinion. And if you want to talk about it, you want to have a different perspective, like, we can talk about it, you know? And I hear my mom, you know, if I talk about my brother's household or something like that, like, there's, like, a limit draw that it's being, like, I don't know, there's, like, a line that it's being drawn, that it's, like, I can have my own opinion, I can talk to the person, but it's not my place to rule on that place. You know, like I can still try to influence a person, but I have no say in that place. Which you still do because everything that it's it's making that person, of course, but you still need to give that person the respect of the place they occupy, the role that they have, and them to make their own decisions because that's how they're accountable.
That's what I tried to do 6 years ago, starting with
my
your
mom would
and
try
dad.
to influence me on something, it's super easy to turn around and be like, bitch, you fucked my life up. You know? Because I just did everything you told me to do. So the way that I put I feel like my breaking point, like it's been in progress and it's constantly growing, but I feel like with my dad, when I told him that I love you, you know, and I understand your intentions, but if I were to, I literally told him this, if I were to follow your steps, I'm gonna end up exactly where you're at. I'm not judging where you're at. It's just not my place.
Yes.
So, love you, and you can tell me all the shit you want. Like, I'm open to it, and I'm a very receptive person.
Tried to put the same to my mother,
But
for
I'm
some
not
reason
following your steps. Why can you take it
it's looked at-
disrespectful? Why can you take it that...
that it's a respectful way of me
Exactly.
saying that was your path, not mine.
Exactly.
Thank you for showing me the steps, but
You
I
actually
see.
need to show me respect because this is my own journey.
Yes.
Why the fuck would you bring me to this place if you just want me to do what the fuck? And then what of that would give you any enjoyment? Fucking, you
If
know...
here, several years later, you're telling me, what the fuck? Oh my god. I just had a revelation. I'm 74 years old, and where the fuck did my life go?
So wait a minute, did you want me to, like, yeah, exactly. And my mom's saying beautifully, I'm doing what I should have done in my 30s. Which I'm glad she's saying that. I'm not going to die saying I should have done something and I haven't. You know, so I'm grateful for that, and I'm gonna honor that. I ain't no fucking nobody to tell you what the fuck to do. Like, half of the shit that my parents are doing, like, I'm scared and I don't even know how to go about it. But it's like, you're having a heartbeat. You're fucking doing it. Like, who the fuck I am to tell you you shouldn't be going this way? You know? Something that I've done inspire you. I feel honored. You know, it's scary because it worked for me. I don't know if it's gonna work for you. Only God knows. You know, I can't tell you stay in your hometown, stay at home when you just didn't want to do that. You know, it's just like I feel like people project so much of their own fears into other people, but how can you do that which is your own? Like, you need to see that separation, even though that's you is not you, and you would want it like propelled to be fucking years away from where the fuck you're at, you know, in growth. Like, why would you want somebody to walk almost to see if the outcome is different or similar? It's fucking insanity. I would want you to fucking show me something different. You know what I'm saying? Like, my dad always says, I'm really proud of you guys. He just says this, I'm really proud of you guys on how much passion. He says, I'm proud of the fact that you're all solvent on your own. Like, you all can maintain on your own. Like, you're all in the daily basis. You got yourself covered. You know, that's what my dad says because it's a relief for him. Because of my other brother or whatnot. I guess it's something that had waited on him. And then he also says...
Something that waited on him because something that was put on his head.
Mm-hmm.
And something that was not undomesticated from brother to son.
Mm-hmm.
Comprehend what I said there? Because their relationship is my mom and her parents' relationship. They never moved away from the doctor.
Yeah.
Said disability, if you wish to say.
Yeah.
To see if there actually was a fucking disability or sickness.
Yeah.
So for that dance and record song, never got changed. No one ever fucking went to check to see. Is that the actual lyrics to that song? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
And so when someone actually starts playing the song how it's supposed to be, I don't want to hear that. That's not what I have in memory.
It's fucking your whole life up.
You understand?
Yeah. The whole story that you were comfortable with. Even as fucked up as it could be, one is just comfortable with it. One is just comfortable with it. It's like a...
So understanding your dad's knee problem comes from root chakra being off. Why? Because of instability of understanding how the lineage will be. So if he propagates out to you, shit. I got 1 out of 5 kids. Supposedly is fucking. I have to be his pimp for the rest of his life. Not put it in a derogatory, mandatory, but just I have to dividend money out to him. Even though I'm the father, and that's what I do, energetically or whatnot. However, I'm this person's progenitor. But I see it as a drain on my faculties to think that I have to do this for the other ones.
Well,
you understand what I'm saying right there?
Yeah.
So by such, that is the first thing out of mouth, because what was put into Mule was your sister's issue, which is my ex-wife's issue. Why she's so fucking into things. And atoms. You're Adam, and Lule's fucking my ex. Wani's fucking Erica. To the T. was figuring out what my life has been to do achievements to get my parents' approval. Yours has been different. I understand that. Same with wanting.
Mm-hmm.
Why would Lule's be that way if she's the second child, but she's actually the fourth? After your father having to deal with his second child being how old when Lule came about up into her upbringing, having to deal with a child that supposedly is invalid. Do you understand?
My dad said that my brother was born with lack of oxygen in his brain. But yeah, after that, they never really there wasn't like a whole, because of the whole society thing and the belief of that.
So think of what I just said.
There was a lot of suppression too.
Why would the other child come out and your brother be the way that he is? So he's like your oldest daughter's blood mother. Mickey and Vicente are the same. That's why my words to your mother about Mickey and my mom, Mickey and her mother, Mickey and Donna and Ted. What does she emulate? You understand? How did she get with Caleb? Her stepfather's an alcoholic, but her dad is not. She was raised that her father supposedly is a dirtbag alcoholic. Why he's not around, but what does she have in her house? You understand?
Mm-hmm. She basically caught Caleb, got pregnant, and forced Caleb to stop drinking and doing drugs. Because Caleb, she literally caught him, and within that month of them sleeping together, got pregnant. That sounds like a hook to me, like a bait kind of thing. Honestly, if you ask me,
Predatory.
Yeah.
It's me. I'm looking at you and
because
going.
nothing in this man is inspire you to family. So why are you thinking you're gonna get a family from that?
I'm looking at you, little girl, and I'm going. You don't drink.
Same with yeah.
And you don't drink and you don't do alcohol. What the fuck? That's why I look at you, Mama. You don't drink. You don't do the shit that I'm doing.
In your total sober mind.
I'm completely fucking wasted. And
in your own fucking sober mind, you told yourself this person is a great candidate to fucking bring a soul to the world. Seriously.
Henceforth, in my sober moment, in my complete drunkenness, asking you, baby, what the fuck happened to you as a kid? Because we just messed around and you're looking at me like fucking you want to have a relationship. I do too, but I'm fucking wasted. I got all this shit in my head. So yeah, you look like you're the one. What the fuck happened to you, kid? And this is coming out of my mouth. What happened to you as a kid? And you're just, I'm like, dude, is this bitch retarded? Because that's what I was saying. Are you fucking stupid? Like, you gotta have brain damage. Especially when I'm talking to you. Like this. If you think I'm cute. And I'm asking you, what the fuck happened to you as a kid, girl? How's your daddy? I'm 113 pounds and drinking like this, dude. You want fucking... And I just told you all this shit about my ex-wife and fucking this and the kids. And yeah, I got 3 kids. And you wanna what the fuck? Yeah, here, have a drink of my water. That's fine. Yeah, I told you, I'm on my way out, dude. I'm supposed to die last year when you met me, honey. I'm a year and a half past my expiration date. You see how my body was? Hello? That's why in 2012, that picture. And you saying I'm done being a pincushion, dude. I'm still talking with my ex right now. Not in relationship-wise, but to try to see the kids and so forth. And when I got dementia to the fuck put me in his name? There's nothing you can do. Peach Festival happens, like I said, I drank four locos and a couple of those other drinks at 118 degrees in winter and season. Woke up with fucking bullshit that I went through before I had to go to court.
Yeah, but then like I don't know. There's like that
That's
line
how me and
factor.
Gordon became really good friends because I'm using his internet at his house to communicate with her. And he has all her information, family's information. Remember what I told him? Told you what I did from his place and went back east. He was down. Didn't tell him all nothing. You understand? I had my mail, had all my stuff. I could have squatted in that house legally. And stuff that he allowed me to do. Yeah, I mean, because he's like, what the fuck? This chick's doing this? Da-da-da-da-da. He's met her. He's like, I don't think she did that. I was like, neither did I. But we're drinking each other's energetics in. And, you know what I'm saying? There's no adult conversation happening. Okay, well, let's figure out how we put this Lego piece together and fucking, I'll ship you out there, bro. It's alright. It's fun. Alright, we're good. My Greyhound going back, eh? But a couple pounds of shit. Pull in the Baltimore Greyhound station coming from Washington and get a text on my phone because it was on a newer bus that had Wi-Fi on the bus from Kyle saying, you need to go to the next Greyhound station because fucking D8 and private investigator looking for you. Somebody squealed, and I knows you're over here.
Why?
Don't go to this
Why
spot.
getting that nasty
This,
though?
and this spot. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, fuck, man, what do? I got no money, and I got 3 pounds vacuum sealed in pillow underneath my arm that's not broken anymore, but I have it in a sling. Make the use of the pillow.
I just don't understand why Heather would get nasty and doing shit like that if that all comes back to the kids. Like, it's more trauma to the kids.
Didn't understand that myself.
It's more trauma to then keep justifying why things are the way they are.
Didn't understand that myself. I mean, that's why with the babies, like with Mickey, there's what mom says and so forth, and we have our shared mutual friends, and you guys get to learn the truth of the ugliness of what dad did, but also the super ugliness that your mother did. I understand fucking dad figured out over the years of doing such that when he can fucking not go to prison or stay out of jail and so forth, where he might be able to see you or your kids, is to go the way he did. If you'd like to learn about that, talk to your aunts and uncles that are through your mother, through extended family, and ask them, what happened at that time in your dad's life, in your mother's life? Who was being vicious to who?
Yeah.
You understand? Who was actually doing what and making it to where you couldn't see who?
Yeah, because the one that removes itself from the equation is always perceived to be like a bad thing, but it never seems to be like actually the person that has the respect to actually fucking stop the insanity.
Yes.
It's like we taught, like I don't like the man, but if Gabrielle is being the way that
She is, and he's doing the thing that he's doing. Brother, do it, and I'll help you.
I told her that in the creek. I was like, I'll tell you what I told her in your house. I told the man, if you're gonna hardly fucking do it, time will tell. I said I don't give a fuck what Gabrielle is telling you. She's trying to guilt trip you or the psychologist. You're gonna hardly fucking do it. You're gonna prove yourself if you're responsible or not. If you're bullshit, then you're bullshit. If you're not bullshit, you're not bullshit. What the fuck do you care? Right? And she stayed like this. She was like, but then she was like, I understand where you're coming from because you're holding him accountable. Instead of feeding the person fear, you're challenging the person. What the fuck would I get from guilt tripping to you and telling you you're a piece of shit, you're gonna go buy something. You're always in your whole life you're gonna wonder, what if I would have done that? You know, like why would I cut your wings like that? I don't give it's just fears. But she said the truth is, I've never been happy in that house. She said that. feel like in this moment, because of he moves so fast, I'm conditioned to be in this area. You know what I'm saying? Where we could have worked it differently because in this time you don't just make decisions on your own.
No.
You know, so she said,
It has
I
to
just
be
feel
modified.
like I just feel conditioned to stay here where I could have done something differently, so I'm happier too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which is a good way of thinking about it, but I was telling her, don't guilt trip the man, like fucking give him the benefit of the doubt, like otherwise you're always gonna have that on him, like this is my fucking house. What do you get from that? Ego. But it's never thought of as, always thought of as the one that it's holding the custody of the children is doing better, but it's like, how much damage are you doing there too? You know what I'm saying? But it's just perceived as, oh, the person stepping in. It's like, yeah, you're stepping in, but you're creating a huge imprint in these kids. So yeah, you're providing financially and whatnot, but at the same time, it's like, what else are you feeding these kids? How are you conditioning the way they're gonna relate with their reality? Because I said, Gabriel, I can show you. I said, you're only taking the results from the scan. What I've told you, I got to text you. And I was like, I can show you the results. Dude, your son and yourself look exactly the fucking same. All of your chakras are the same. All of the meridians are the same. All of the emotions are the same. She was like, whoa. I was like, yeah. And Ezekiel actually brought up a really good point. I said, when Todd talks to you, or when you talk to Todd, and each of you is holding the baby, you know? And she said, that makes a lot of sense because my baby thinks it's me. Yes. She said, until it's certain age, she said the age, she said the baby thinks it's me. And I said, dude, it's very, like, how the same you guys look. And she said, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, we talked about it.
Self-organizing system. I've lived my life and put it together, honey. Why? Because it goes on everywhere. People want me to shut up. Like I said, your mama. When I speak in the other voice, she listens. When I speak to me, like I said, it's funny. People like to hear Kai speak. They don't like to hear me. That's what is going on.
But it's what person don't like to hear you because, you know what I'm saying? Like what person of those persons.
Mm-hmm. That's an adult conversation. You just had an adult conversation with another adult. So you brung out? I'm having a conversation you don't like to have with me? You get offended when I say, please stop talking like that. Have an adult concept in your mind. That comes from me going, wait a minute. How can you put Mason and Huxley in the same thing when Mason was scanned in the womb? Let me point the difference out to you, honey. This is why Mason and Michaela shared the same, but as soon as he came out the womb, the shit changed. Huxley and G's were semi the same, but as soon as he come out the womb, they became the same. Why? Because, as I'm illustrating to you, consciousness not old enough yet to separate from himself, and the observational point of being in the womb is different than being held, and optics are open and I'm looking at you. Hello? Again, let's have adult conversations, adult mentalities, adult dendritics. Not make-believe shit.
Mm.
Cool. You know? See how that observation? Fucking nuclear bomb. See how saying that instead of the other shit and waiting for a tea and crumpet time?
Yeah, she's like, when do you want to barbecue? I'm like, dude, it's gonna be a minute until I go to your house and fucking barbecue. You know, I was like, no, like she literally because they didn't barbecue the sausages. She said I got home and they had already gone to the, because I said text me when you get home, and she didn't. So like at 5 o'clock, I was like, how's the barbecue? You know, just like, you alive? And she was like, oh, hey, I'm sorry. She was like, I got home and they had already gone to the supermarket and put some stuff or whatnot.
They left one after you left, dude. That's what she doesn't understand.
She said, I'll put this on the freezer. All they do is plan food though. Like it's crazy. All they do is plan food. Like their whole thing is just goes around the food. But she texted me and she said, I'm gonna put the things you gave me in the freezer. And then she texted me something saying like something about a barbecue, and I said, well, enjoy it.
Look up and see what Yousteal has done to the channel.
And then she was like, no, silly, I'm inviting you to barbecue.
How many views and hours have they knocked out today?
She said they went to the store and got other stuff I need prepared, so I put yours in the freezer. I guess we will have to have another barbecue when you can come. And I said, enjoy.
Oh my god. I'm hearing you, honey. Sorry, I'm down to 27 hours and 265 views. We were at 300 and something. I mean, I was at over 1,000, but what the fuck? Wow. See? Yesterday we were at 300. That's why it says suppression of Lenr. How does a movie like that get made? And so forth. And the review people don't even talk about the shit. That shit crazy, dude.
No, we're gonna be, what are we? Uncles again? Like, yeah, like second uncle or something?
What?
For my cousin being pregnant? What will we be of that baby girl?
That'd be your second cousin. That'd be your second cousin. What the hell is wrong with the internet? Hell, the impressions go all the way up. Yeah, this shit's crazy. 13. English subtitles gone up to 0.8. Subscribe to 64.2. Not subscribed 35.8. Other is pretty much 80-some percent. Whatever this weird ass monster is. 78. This shit don't make no damn sense. So June has 323 views, right? But they're saying I only have 265. In May, 1109. That's from the 10th of May to the end of May. 1109. Right? That's 323. That's 432 views. Yet you only got 265. It's down 663. I'm like, yeah, how's that? What the fuck do you guys keep taking my views for? Why do you keep suppressing the channel? Shit, crazy. Anyhow. Get the hydrogen machine going. Hydrate the water and water the girls real quick. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy, beautiful, and interesting. Everything that's going on. I was like, huh? I went to work today and made it to lunch. Take your ass right out. You're fucking skull bleeding, dude. John Paul.
take any chance that he might pass out. There's a risk. Go to the hospital, dude. Pete, fucking manager over there. Give you pay with leave for a week. Come back when you get your fucking doctor's clearance note. 6 days later from this date, 7-Eleven. You got a sarcoidosis, nigga. How you doing? And fucking stage 4 sarcoma. What do you say? You tripping, dude. Right here's the X-ray. Huh? Oh, shit. That makes sense. That's what I could ride my bike. Been getting hard for me to ride my bike over the bridge. Shit. Huh. Alright, how long I got? What y'all wanna do? We're gonna use this COP medicine, blah 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 blah. Man, that shit made me so fucking brain fog like motherfucker. That Zantac shit and other stuff. Advent, all the fucking shit cool. I had to fucking do this flutter thing to make my lungs fucking open up and then fucking now like this fucking steroid shit, dude. This shit. I felt more cracked out on that shit than it felt like it opened my lungs up. And shit fuck with my head, my attitude, and my fucking my libido. Like the fucking Zoloft shit. Zoloft shit and Seroquel. That shit fuck your whole psychotropic, fuck your whole brain off. You ain't paying attention. You fucking completely changed the whole new person, that shit. Get the hydrogen going through hydrosol the water. Yeah, I'm gonna hydrosol the plants real quick. Hydrosol the grow, treat them with some hydrogen. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's the same shit that I seen that was going on up here, man, when I was buying the girls fucking buying and stealing the fucking home birth, the testing kits from Illegal Market, dude, from the homegirls in 8th grade up here, dude, for other schools. People were having sex up here. I didn't, that's why they thought I was gay. I was just, I've been abused and fucking, I'm not doing that. Learn all the parties, everybody wasted drink one and play spin the bottom on that shit, and it's like,
Well, the interaction that one has
I'm
had
good,
is different to the relationship that one has with it is different.
I'm good over here. I know what that does. That's why I wasn't aware Erica was going to do what the fuck she was going to do, because I didn't think. Motherfucker should be able to go to sleep fucking naked next to another motherfucker without fucking somebody raping them.
Yeah.
Having unconsensual sex. Yeah, folks. My oldest child came from me sleeping next to her mother
being asleep, having a hard on in my sleep, and her getting on top of me. That's how we lost our virginity. I came inside her while I was asleep. In my dream, having a dream about our daughter. That came from that fucking instant. Now what pushed us apart was me trying to have her fucking talk to Erica about the fucking dream. Because I was fucked up on acid. Good acid you can pass out on. You know what I'm saying? I was on window pane, nigga. LC 25. Elders had just opened a time crystal that year, 97. You know what I'm saying? You can look it up yourself if you'd like. Several years, different years, like brother we met from Maui. Maui Joe. That year, 2013, they'd opened up another time crystal for the Rainbow Gathering here, Internationals. That came from 2004, Rainbow Nationals at Modal.
And before that, had you guys talked about having sex? Because, like, when I
No,
had
dude,
my
I
first...
promised her dad. Nigga, her dad took me to fucking home, like I explained. With the shotgun in the back window in an old school Dodge truck. And I promised the man, no, you know, we're good. I explained to him, I've been molested and other things like this. Like, I am attracted to women and all that kind of shit like that, but I'm scared. I said, talk to my mom. For me to go on the football team and wait in athletics, honey, you have to go have a fucking check. No, not
Physical?
check. Physical. And for us men, you gotta be touched by somebody, male or female. I had a female doctor fucking be my physical. My mom had to stay in the room and hold my hand. The lady had a counselor talk to me. Because when kids act like that, what's happened to you? You understand? What did I do? Codependently locked and keyed to someone who was raised like my mom. Donna. Hello? Donna had 3 girls. Gave up her first boy. How are you with a man that works the way he does now? Is he's always worked for you, but raised 3 kids with you, and one of those children is not his. That's working with him on the daily at the mill. That's your go-to that you state when you guys are now arguing, as you've seen. I said, my stepdad never said that shit to my mom.
That was nasty.
You understand? Person she's talking about that she can call is her child that's there. That's working for him in the other booth. That's not his child. That ever since found out has been oil and water. And that was his oldest daughter. Henceforth why she worked at the mill. Hello? And her oldest kid's dad was, peace be upon him, supposed to be his mill taker. Even though it was his only competition. The son of his competition. You understand? Think of the other Robert that you met from up here. All fucking fucked off in front of the fucking post office. Gentleman that you're like, oh my god, dude's fucking that. And your husband gets out of the car, take the package out for you, and dude snaps out of his fucking shit he's going through and says, hey bro. He calls him my name, how you doing? Like, go figure. Who is it? Our oldest daughter's mother's best friend at the time. Who had a child with that man.
Yeah. I was like, okay, this guy lost his noodles.
As
Like,
I'm stating to you,
and he's like, Robert Mitchell!
the girls on the mountain, dude, raised by their moms because the way the abusiveness of their dads and so forth, they're fucking predators. Predators.
Like, yeah.
Predators. And the shit that we went through as kids, dude, will fucking drive you insane. Did you see with the man? And several of your clients that are from up here.
40-year-old, he's on the street, talking what it sounds like nonsense, but it's just like venting out his traumas. It's like he's stuck on that. He's stuck on that. You know, what time frame is he in?
And like dementia or whatnot, like music brings them in out of that time or in a sequential sympathetic resonance with you, so they acknowledge who you are. What's up, brother? Good. I know you're right. How's your daughter? Well, that was a shit on you. Conversation with me to my mom. Hey, mom, your friend, Glenda, who was a predator up here that went after me, Levi, and fucking all of us boys with the bodies that we had. That you heard my good friend state he was jealous of another man's body when we were kids, but yet I'm skinny because, as I said, I did not like to be looked at. I was a model. For me and my buddies in the picture, we were the pinnacle of what you were to say you want your body to look like if you were into that kind of thing. The way that we sculpted and worked out. That's why just for me, just a little bit of going like such in calisthenics, muscle memory brings my stature back out. All I have to do is just put food in my body instead of doing like you see me do, not eat and work. You know what I'm saying? Why'd you going, what, you got out of prison at 200 pounds? Well, honey, how much did I weigh when I went in the jail when you seen, when you fell in love with me? And within 3 months of me eating jail food, 3 meals a day, no canteen, how do I go from a sunken chest to 3 finger, almost finger? My nipples pass like such. Let me go and look. Here. You see the difference? You know what I'm saying? And seeing what they're writing in the report and going, I cannot put on my normal body weight because these people are saying what they're saying, and I had to stop.
So I don't think the image.
The image. Because how do these 4 cops justify whooping the fuck out of 113-pound man? Justify such. But if I go to trial, and this happened in July, I'm arrested. It's November, I'm 175. It's in my medical records and so forth. They showed you. And she said you didn't believe me. It's on record. November, I'm 175. I go to court in December, 150. I started starving myself. I stopped exercising this length.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy though, because my first time having sex, we like talked about it. You know, it was definitely consensual. Like we talked about it. That's the kind of thing that you do. You just don't take over.
I tried to talk about it. There was no. February 24th, day before my mom's birthday and her mom's birthday. Hey, you want to stay over? Okay, we can. Oh. That was the thing. My mom said, she can come over and stay. Y'all can sleep in the same bedroom and everything, but don't mess around. How my mom said about Steve was telling me the stuff. But the same thing that they mimicked was, spit don't get you pregnant, honey. That's where the statement comes from, but it's from my mom. So, pleasure the girl with your mouth, not with your dick. You want to have a child. Check the girl out and see if she's clean enough. If you can't, and it don't smell right to where you would taste something, don't put your stuff in it, honey. That's a dirty girl. It's a dirty person. Hello? That's where that comes from. Eric was more of a penetration like yourself. And you go, on, man, I'm not into that. I get more from the empathic orgasm. Trying to have that conversation with somebody at 16. Empathic orgasm. Because again, I just fucking had my neck broken. I can keep this thing up or it won't work. You know what I mean? Overstimulated or I don't feel anything. All depends on the mind frame or the person that I'm with. And the connection. What are we trying to do? pregnant, girl. You want me to wear a condom? You don't want to have sex with me? Fuck no, you just made it where we're stuck together for life. Let's do this. When she's so mine, let's have sex. Sex. What's in my head? Let's get this out before fucking the baby comes out, because we'll have another baby. Nope, that didn't happen. Relationship fell apart. Even after a year of being together, we really didn't know each other when Mickey was conceived.
How are you gonna know each other if you barely know yourself?
Exactly. Myself at that time, I had just found out and found Floyd Mitchell, who named me Robert Mitchell, who's not my dad. And I had to start reinventing myself. She got two parents at home, like yourself. What's your issue? I got a drug dealing family, as people look at. At that time, we had not went the co-op way. And we went the co-op way, so no longer illegal, but legal. You understand? I don't want that life. I want, hey, you run your own business like my stepfather does, but it's looked at as actual work, and you do stuff like this. You don't have to worry about somebody robbing you, some other shit. I mean, you do, because you got stuff, but it's not like they're robbing you, I guess, in stupidity, not for the stuff, because it's fucking drugs. Right? Was my...
A little higher class crime.
It was, not crime, just mentality in my mind of what the fucking person can take from me.
No, I'm saying the higher class crime of the people that would come and get from you
How's
might
it higher?
just not be a quick cash. People that are into it, like somebody that knows about it.
It would be quick cash if I'm just coming to take your items that are monetarily valuable instead of someone taking something that is of street value, honey. Comprehend what you just said. Quick cash is I run in here and I take your computer. And I take this or that. Or your stereo, or your jewelry.
Something with established value.
Yeah. Not something
So then you have to make it.
okay, I gotta figure out where I sell this fucking weed that I just stole from these people. Or these plants that I just took from these people. I gotta keep it growing or fucking get it off. But how do I do that on the hill if everybody knows each other? And these people only grow this string. And it's only their string. Comprehend? In comparison to, again, the things in your house. That's quick cash. That's what tweakers steal and so forth. Not organized crime coming to take you because they feel you're taking money out of their pocket, or you have something that can put money in their pocket because you have what they establishment feels is their thing to do. You understand? Their product that they get rid of. You understand? That's why I did the same stupid shit with my ex's family, where, okay, in my mind, I seen the transition away from black market, but the social paradigm in the house was worse than black market because at least at that time, there was an ethic code that we did not do anything on birthdays or holidays. When the co-op went, that went out the window. There was no tossa. Like with me, when I stopped talking, it was your tossa where shit is still coming the fuck out and so forth. And when that happened, and Michaela came about, and they moved into town, and there was stuff going on around Mickey and on birthdays, I'm done. When Zeke came and born and shit happened at that time, it was like, yeah, I'll go see what this family is about. Because we had no family structure to me, it was just all business. And that was the only way I could talk with my stepdad, was business. Or my stepbrothers. Or my mom at the time, in a sense. But yet, not really, because she was on her deathbed, with fucking oxygen in the bathroom. I couldn't walk from here to the fucking garbage can right there.
protocol that I gave to her before I got out. I went in.
The Marshall Protocol. That's an answer fucking Kathy Miller.
And I went for my change of practice study with her. You see with Erica. Before Mickey was born. She was in her mom's womb still. We still stay up when Aunt Kathy and all that. I didn't come back down because I had put stuff in the floppy disk. They're the only people that had computers. In the whole fucking mountain, dude, that I knew. That's so awesome. You still got your computer, dude? Because you know what you got there, bud? Something hella fucking slow that annoys the grandkids forever where they don't fuck with it, but you got my original shit. And your daughter's original pieces. All of your daughter's original pieces. Because we all went to marry them. You have your kids' plan for their life. Did you ever talk with them about it? Erica sat down on your shit and formulated she was going to do nurse and so forth. Wanted to be a head nurse. She made that by 25. How she get with full, quit her job. What fucking doing what she's doing now? Maybe just handed her tumbler full of whiskey. That wasn't her plan. I ain't gonna talk to your kids about this shit. Cause like their whole life is on that fucking computer right there. That you walk past to go to the kitchen every day. You had to write out that. And then go in front of the school board. That was our plan for our lifetime. Zachary, Wes Lunkley, Jamie Lunkley, everyone's my leaders. We all had to write that out. That was our plans for life. Everyone that you've seen that stuck with it, what are they doing? Still that. Prison scientists or fucking dude that started professional wrestling out here. I'm watching WCW or WWF on TV as a kid. I can do that. I have a match here in California coming up at the end of this month. Or they spent $75,000 on that fucking belt that they had. And all this shit is recognized around the world. I've always seen it brother. And they took the shit away. That's for like, you see in these movies where they have people in these positions and all this kind of stuff, it's like, for me, that's how I see how a person does that kind of thing. On these high mentalities or these social program things, is SAT scores and other things, they have you take aptitude tests and state you're be good for this kind of job or this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and it's like, okay. I tested and they stated I would be good for magnetic propulsions engineer. That was on the fucking shit in 1997 in the test and they showed me and I'm like, okay. I've always been interested in that. It's 2021. Where the fuck do I see anything being magnetically propulsioned or using any type of magnetic cavitation propulsion theory or anything other than a Hall effect motherfucking sensor thing with solenoid diode that actuates and pushes something up as a riser or fucking opens the door. Other than that, I don't see nothing. I see a whole bunch of atmospheric difference and cylinders and so forth in mechanical advance. We call that gasoline engines. But where is the magnetic propulsion? Huh? But what do you see me working on? And making and using with manual. That year that I tested, and you seen it like I explained to you, was the year that the movie Red October came out. I really like that movie. If you look it up, there's a Russian sub movie based on their life. Russian captain taking a nuclear submarine and defecting to America.
thing about the submarine, though, is it used magnetic cavitation. What am I all my work about? Cavitation. Caterpillar work. So therefore you have a sub that is silent, cannot be tracked. So does it use a prop? Uses magnetic cavitation and it makes itself go through the water. It cannot be alerted by plasma. But again, other than that, all the other movies and so forth that you have things in time or in space, it's not using magnetic cavitation or magnetic propulsion. Like we were talking about last night in Star Trek. He uses dilithium crystals for impulsing the things. So they're pulsing and refracting and squeezing the crystal magnetically and harmonically and so forth to get it to generate energy. Hello? What happened to Spock when the ion couplers and so forth messed up? And he died. He got radiation poisoning. But they sent him to a planet where they terraformed and Spock came back. Because, you know, Star Trek is based on a ship, which is the same as at sea, because you have a captain. Therefore, when your people that are respected die, they ship you out to sea in a casket. So there on that, they would put the deceased body inside of a non-active torpedo on the ship, which is a spaceship, but they have torpedoes. And plasma torpedoes and all these different types of stuff. They put them inside of it, and they fire them out. And that thing lands on the planet that they terraform. Because at that time, if you look in science, is when they first started talking about doing the terraforming of this Earth and also Mars, which we're still talking about. But changing the magnetic flux field and making a Goldilocks scenario by changing our solar winds and so forth to where it encompasses Mars too. Where you'll be able to generate oxygen. Anyway. Like Buck Rogers and the stupid shit that grandparents used to watch. But before they watched it, when they were kids, they were being read to it by a great-grandparent. And then the movies came out. Now look what we're doing. You're scrolling on your screen with them always trying to talk with you about something. Didn't say you have to stop. I'm saying look what you're doing. You're able to do what is written in several books of people being able to look down. You had spy books that got made into TV shows where you had someone talking on their watch to another spy. You understand? But as you read when you got that watch for your dad, I showed you that the Greeks were talking about doing stuff like that thousands of years. So what's an original thought? It's motherfuckers back then when they stated fucking rubbing sticks together, was talking about this and the same concepts. Who's to say they didn't have it? Hello? For us to be able to formulate and put it together and, hey, we got it.
Yeah.
But its first prototype is made out of the shit of the same materials that the motherfuckers had thousands of years. Until after the corporation gets it, switches it, modifies it. Still makes it out of the same materials that thousands of years, just on a macroscopic level, so you think it can't be made. Or can replicate it. And make it out of a bunch of plastic shit. So it's breakable. Come on, when people build that shit by hand in the 1800s and before, make the stuff that we got now, motherfuckers just stop being able to do it. Why is that? So I keep asking. What happened to the dendritic gray matter? All the inventors in the world. They all still got the same materials and shit. People think that they need the stuff from now to do such, but I go, look at what the motherfuckers was making stuff that we're using now, stating that we got. It evolved from somebody just having simple fucking shit. So how'd they make that stuff when we can't do it now? What happened over that century that inhibits motherfuckers from being able to do the same shit that people were doing in the 1800s when Max Planck and all this stuff that goes, all of our electrical fucking thought forms and everything happened before there was electricity and power lines and shit that we have. Motherfuckers don't understand this stuff. You had a whole bunch of motherfuckers that was just general electricians with the knowledge, in a sense, because general relativity and all that kind of shit was just a fucking theorem in the mind. What has happened, honey? Hello? How the fuck does Albert Abrams, peace be upon him, make the fucking first radionics device?
Mm-hmm.
How did he come up with his own electricity to send through the device?
Mm-hmm.
Your head's all fucked up. How did he come up with the first non-electricity he generated to send through the body? It's through the study of making electricity in the 1800s, DC and so forth, and earth batteries and other things, they understood the galvanic response.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shit, motherfuckers were making stuff to fucking fry elephants, just to fry a fucking elephant. Like today, the experiment, just to see. I mean, to understand that olive oil can anesthetize you, what the fuck is being tested on? Yeah, people, olive oil can knock you out, or can make your microtubulins absorb water, which are hydrophobic, and you're unconscious. I mean, they've tested fucking everything. But for someone to do electricity when no one else is doing electricity and people come up with their own stuff and get to come up and formulate the stuff that we use now and has not been checked for shit or since fucking Civil War. I'm just sitting in my house with a lantern and a candle and some shit, and I'm still drinking motherfucking mostly alcohol because the water I think is bad for me. I'm doing fucking hella synthetic cocaines and other things.
Where's the genetic fucking memoretics on that?
Where?
If you know that their own fucking self is not telling them.
What the fuck happened from then to now? Delpon sympathetic resonance. Man didn't make the shit. They have a device that someone put together by hand, 1800s, only runs off of your mind's power. Been proven. They replicated the thing, and it works now to this day. His device, they were not able to get the other to work because of harmonics. One has to attenuate the brain to get it to operate. Like with my stuff, it's conscious interactive. How did somebody put some shit like that together in the 1800s? Let alone, how does somebody crush fucking freon or fluorite and fluorohydroxyapatite to make freon? Refrigerant came out in the 1800s, 1850s, just before 1860. We have had compressed fluorite, which is what your gases are and so forth, going around square molecule fucking off the calcium. And so if you talk to any elder, they like the oxyboxes before they came out with that. Yet, what happened? Fluorohydrocarbons, what I'm talking about, honey. So they had to get away from CFEs, which is the original compressants in fucking refrigerators and so forth. And those sprays. They come up with that in 1800s, dude. Huh? EVAP machines. Compressing something and having to go through something and have it where it's like a pelter unit. Fuck a pelter unit. Fucking 1800s. And we put this metal, crystalline formation together, and fucking we got power to put heat on one side and cool on the other, and fucking differential, and you got electricity. Oh my god. What happened? I mean, fucking Einstein, all the people are at the time. What happened? What happened is called, as I'm talking with you, his wife didn't have a tablet to look into. And vice versa. Because how the fuck do you have computers back then like what you're working with? The computer comes from the term of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Even though a woman for that last 100 years has been degraded her mind saying, I'm not up to aptitude to talk to you. Hold on a minute, lady. I got the professor thing and the theorems that you're writing out for me that I'm saying are my equations, but who the fuck is working shit out? You are. Are you getting credit for it? No. Because the computer did it. Like now. Hello?
Yeah.
just said there.
Building the database of the computer
So
itself.
how in the fuck did you go from being the computer to fucking I'm not smart enough to have a conversation with you? And every person that tries to do that to me, I get frustrated, and they're like, "Why are you pissing with me?" Because mostly what I associate is women. And so if you don't like the way I'm talking, then fucking stop talking to yourself like that in your head. Wake up. Fucking Einstein and all these people. They didn't do their equations. They had a room full of fucking women. A lot of times it was a room full of fucking black and Hispanic women with white Caucasians. But those Caucasians were Irish and so forth because they were fucking servants doing household work. But yet, do you think when they went home, were they living in Samina's household or living in the household you live in? Because those women were the forefront of fucking what? Women's rights. Washing their way in history. Because the other ones didn't have the aptitude as such. They took accreditation for it. That's why when you look at me and I say you're doing like Mickey, stop that shit. And you get all befuddled and pissed at me, and I go, but what were we heckling our daughter about? Myself in particular. Mickey, why do you look at your stepbrother? Mickey, why you look at this person? Why you look at this person? I'm talking to you, nigga. I'm not asking him a question. How you come out like this when your mom fucking kicked my ass? What's going on? You understand?
In the moment, bro, in the personality, something being told.
How are you like this when your brother should be like me and you should be fucking like mom? Hello? Oh. Looks like mom did like Grandma
Because
Metcalf.
didn't she perceive herself
Mom did like
this?
Grandma Metcalf and Grandma Donna. She's probably my grandmother. But she had a boy. And then she got what had a boy, so. But yet my mom said that my grandpa, rest in peace, kicked my uncle, rest in peace. And it aggravated shit with my grandmother. But they almost split up. That's why I said, think of what was going on in the house. With my Aunt Susie, rest in peace, and my Aunt Kathy, before she got with my grandfather. She was married before. And my uncle saying what he said, because he married the oldest sister. Hello? My grandma was the youngest of 6 kids, but the only girl. You know what I'm saying? What did she got shown? She's first generation American.
That she would have this shit going on under her roof and she wouldn't see
first
anything.
generation American, so what the fuck was my grandma showing?
That she was just thinking shit that happened under her household was alright.
What do you mean alright? She had all boys that she was raised with. My grandpa and Uncle Clarence and so forth had to fight with my cousin Raymond and everything. My grandma was the only girl. She got spoiled. But being raised in a household of only boys, what did she do when she had a boy? Well, I said Erica did like Grandma Evelyn. You understand? She had a girl and a boy. What did my grandma do? What my mom states. Didn't do shit for her. Right? Uncle, you understand? What did Mickey say? Mickey, why the fuck are you staying in the trailer in front of the house? You got 3 brothers. Why your teeth look like that? You ever been in his nose? No, I've never been in his nose. Hold on a minute. How does a woman have a little girl and do that to your daughter? You understand what I'm saying?
How does your daughter so much that all she wants is you.
How does your daughter live down the street from grandma on the same property and has a granddaughter
living in the front of the house. The boy's living in the house. The only one being forced to work at the mill and so forth is Mickey. Sounds like Grandma. Well, my mom was telling me she was the only one that did the chores and everything, had to cook for the household and all that kind of shit. And I'm going, where's Aunt Kathy and Aunt Susie, rest in peace? There's a 12-year difference. They already left. They're in high school. We out. Again, there's an 8-year difference between the oldest child of Aunt Kathy and my mom. That's why Lisa is, you understand? And it goes Elena with my mom, and Evelyn with my mom. You understand? Because Aunt Kathy left. Who becomes the mother figure to those girls? Sister. Henceforth, my words from my mouth about G, when her daughter gets hurt, and who first ran for the kids? Was it Aunt Kathy or was it Mom or Aunt Bonnie? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we're gonna go on a trip without the kid. Hey, I found my sister. I'm gonna come see you without your kids. The kids find out about it, and I bring my kid over there, and wonder why my kids now fighting their kids because they're going, you know where my mom's at? Tell us where our mom is.
Yeah, you can't do that.
If I could fucking explain to you how to get to your mom, I would, but I'm fucking your age, Evelyn, and wondering why this shit's going on the way I'm seeing, and everyone's fighting, and because she's an adult, I'm left there, I'm fucking getting fought, and all the shit being said and stuff being put in my head. So, where's my kid's mom? Bitch, you're his family. You know where she's at. Stop acting like you don't, because there's things and people that we'll be talking to that explain that it is.
I think that it all stems from people who are not having the ability to be truthful to themselves. You know, because with same with Erica, she wouldn't be so resentful.
My grandpa
and
was
had
hurt.
planted all that shit on Michaela's head and treated her in the way she did, you know, if one could like grow up and be truthful about like how things went instead of playing the card like the ego card of being hurtful, or because why wouldn't you stick around? But it's like shit is thrown into your plate. You know what I'm saying? Like almost like people are expecting to orchestrate your life and you'll be okay with it. And you know what I'm saying? I was like, wait a minute, like this is the kind of shit that you plan together. You know, like you just don't throw shit in my life and I'm supposed to play along with it. You know, like the same. Not to keep bringing it in, but it's like the same with Gabriel. Like you just don't get pregnant and from a cocaine head, you acknowledge that you've been hanging out till 3 in the morning, and then you expect the man to fulfill a role of a father figure and a full-on role of a household where the person never even thought of even having a house on their own. Like, what kind of insanity is that? You grab a bear from the wild and you want to confine them and fucking be the zoo little entertainment. And he's like, it don't work, dude, because it just don't fucking work. The person have to have the intention of being there. The person have to have that heartbeat of feeling that they.
Otherwise, this is a caged animal walking, pacing back and forth.
Exactly. And it's just a recipe for disaster because all you're feeding.
Even when things get better and the chain is gone, the fence is down, and the circus is over, it's just.
Yeah. Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like people build resentment but they're not being able to be truthful with themselves.
Henceforth, me asking her mother, please, I'm noticing something going on with her daughter before our grandson.
Can we go for lunch? Can we
Can
talk?
we go for lunch, please? Can our daughter see us as adults communicate with each other?
But she never grew up. She's so resentful to you because you somehow didn't play along. But she was the one that did the first fucking move. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like hypocrite, I feel like. instead of one really being honest. You know what I'm saying? Trying to put these in your head. Yes, definitely, you could have be more present for whatever reason, you know, but it's like, what is one expected to do, you know?
Can't negate the past, but in a sense, that was the past up until that point of reaching out to her before our grandson came about and asking, please, as parents, can we come together? Can Michaela come out with us and see us be cordial with each other so it will help her understand how to do that in her relationships? And we can do that with ourselves and understand how to be cordial in our relationships because we have not. We were together as fucking elementary school kids up to high school into our 20s and separated.
What would stop you from doing that if you have like a clear idea of the sequence of how shit went? You know what I'm saying? Because you have already made peace with yourself of what fucking started it all.
You heard the response. There's never been us, and no, I will not do that without my husband. Well, why won't you do that without your husband? Because I'm trying to do that without Maria, and then we can integrate Maria and Funky into it. But he didn't. Wasn't there to help create Michaela. Maria wasn't there. They don't really influence our daughter the way that we influenced our daughter. Can we be adults about this?
Because of the relationship that you had with Bunky, I'm not able to influence Michaela the way that I should be able to influence her because she ain't opening up to me. That girl's still looking at me over her shoulder like, bitch, who the fuck are you? Honestly, that's the feeling that I get. And she said over her mouth, like, yeah, I ain't that convinced about her. Or
No, she's not. That's what I'm saying. Stop being a fucking child and be a parent to the child.
But I feel
What
like
my mom
she's
said
being
to me, I can
traumatized.
take. If that's my mom's honest opinion, sure, that will hurt, but that's my parent being honest to me. Hello?
That she don't like you?
Yeah. It's something that, if you've ever been around in places, it's stuff that happens. Some people have shithead kids that, for instance, they say they don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I'm glad to hear that from my parent. It doesn't make me feel good, but it makes me feel good in the sense at least you're honest. Now I know where this bullshit's coming from. Okay? If you wish to say. That might be in the heat of the moment or where the fuck I was talking to.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
With Mickey, Zeke, and Naira, and the more to come, inshallah. You have that relevance of thinking of a machismo family of military. If Zeke was to be gay, would I fucking treat my son fucked up? If Michaela was to be a lesbian, would I treat her fucked up?
Mm.
You say no, but it's something you're not a parent.
No.
You understand?
I'm saying on your side you wouldn't.
How do you know? It is something that I've had to work on myself to understand, so I've been trying to illustrate to you. As a parent, you have to learn. Okay, think, I'm from a faith that does not supposedly believe in fucking lesbians or gays.
Mm-hmm. But
So,
then you're being
what the fuck am I supposed to do if our son or daughter does such? Hello? Do you understand? Understand life, honey. It will evolve you love.
Mm-hmm. Make you grow in the understanding.
My mom didn't tell me she didn't love me. I don't give a fuck if fucking... Again, Stockholm.
Mm-hmm.
From my mouth, I'm saying Stockholm by stating this statement right here. My mom didn't tell me she didn't love me. She said, as a person, she does not like my ego.
Yeah, I understand.
Do you comprehend?
Yeah, like she wouldn't choose you as a friend to go hang out at the moment. But it's not that she don't love you. But you wouldn't leave her personal.
Michaela explained to me that she feels her mother does not love her and she does not hug her mother. And I said, what the fuck?
Yes, there's a difference.
Even though me and your grandmother, as you've seen your whole life, honey, have a fucked up relationship, that has not been the case. But on my side, on your grandmother's side, she thinks I do not love her. Therefore, why she fucking acts this way? And you're mimicking your grandmother. In your relationship of your granny and great-granny. Hello? Because she met her. There's pictures of my grandmother with her granddaughter. That's all it takes is somebody holding somebody. That's all it takes is somebody being in the room with the pictures, me taking a picture, who's talking to my grandma? My mom, holding her granddaughter. Back to the equation of, hey G, you ever think in your mind of when you were holding the child and Todd's talking to you, or you're talking to Todd? Hello? It ain't that hard to pass on the manic since it's interstitial water for biomes to be connected, and you have, say, the fingernail, harmonic flow ability. It's like the question of, how does Mickey mimic me so much, but yet I've supposedly been out of her life for as long? How was my influence there? The same with Zeke and Naira. I last held her at 6 months old. And I've asked you to scan them and see. Does it go along with my testing to see what the questions to them, like you heard me ask their oldest sibling, who finally answered me. It opened up a lot of stuff in my equation of understanding. You understand? So look at the pattern of the social group, the conversation at Heidi last night, and the pushback. And then you have the social group of Erica and myself at the time. And the child's created. And you look at the social group of the child. You understand the fractality?
Mm-hmm.
Now apply that to yourself. What do you see? What similarities?
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. And I guess it's magic that we came together, kid.
Don't say that. I'm not saying that, but it's not as easy for I don't know. It's not as easy for me to draw the parallel.
Okay, just off the one we were just talking about. What parallel of fractal does apply to the Pugnell inside and your social group? I mean, fuck, we keep talking about G and these people that are here, that are part of the social group that fractals off of this side of me. Hello? And you're saying it's not hard, it's hard for you to see. Never mind, I got shit to do. Waiting for a response.
You're wanting a response from me.
An observation or something.
Observational parallel of.
And you're saying you can't see nothing, and I'm going, okay, well, if we're talking about the people that, as Journal Mouse stated about 5 minutes ago, I don't mean to keep bringing it up, but Todd and G. Whose friend is that? Mine or yours?
Mine.
Okay. What is your friend doing in that group along with her trimmer friends that keep getting people pregnant, having the issue, and the fractality on fucking just and KELEA and her social group that you've lived and have information on. You can't look through that, as we were just doing, and see the similarity on that side. Along with the last couple friends you were just talking with, Soleil, Ari, Magda, and the other sister that trimming and centerpiece. The one friend I talked with, why? Because it's a friend of yours from as a little kid. Same with Soleil and Ari. Pet the rabbit. Okay. We'll make it easy for you. Just keep it to the people that you say are your friends that make up your social group here in America. That's not that hard. Because it mimics that which you grew up with. And the same illustrations that are going on with the family's problems right now. And things we've been trying to work on. Yes or no?
Yeah, one way or another.
One way or another. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for the conversation. The girl's hydrated. Well, I'm here doing a game. Hydrogen in the plants. Top here. Get the trimming. Knock out 2 bins today. Break down 2 bins. Top here. Fun to the hydro plant. And more materials for me to melt and grind down. And more fuel. I need some really expensive crystal skin from this brother. Top here. So. That fast. Purifying of the redox in this chamber from that chamber. The energetics that it gives. And changing of the molecular. The chirality and KELEA in the water. Good pure hydrogen. That's how my redox chamber blew up last year. This guy above me. There's a tube that goes down in. The atmosphere changes. If I could ever get a brother's attention. See the difference? Pump down into this thing too. It's interesting that it's releasing. Different atmospheres.
light. Ladies are already loving it. Top, yeah. Get this as it goes right now. Top, yeah. Top light.
Gave you vegetables. She said you shouldn't transplant it. And I said, Mom, but I just read online that actually what you do is sacrifice the fruit that it had already given you. Remember the plants that we had gotten? It had little tomatoes and whatnot.
Yeah.
You gotta take the tomato, all the fruits out, transplant it, and that would give the signal to the plant to, instead of focusing on giving all the nutrients on the fruit that it already has, it's just almost like starts all over. So it starts shooting itself taller and getting itself more strength, so it can have more fruit to it. But it'll delay the whole process like a whole month. But in the long run, you'd get more yield than just keeping it how it is. And my mom was like, no, it's not gonna give you no fruit. He's like, oh, check these out. The bell pepper one that is next to the tomato that I already had. So that tomatoes came with. You've seen how long it takes for those tomatoes to mature, to start turning red and whatnot. The bell pepper next to it, it had a bell pepper. I took it out, cut all the branches of it. Pretty much had very little leaves. It's now grown and it's coming like 4 little bell peppers, So and on the other one that already had the bell pepper, you've seen how long it's taken for the bell pepper to turn into orange or reddish, and then it's just now giving itself the chance to create more fruits. So I just did a little test myself of what can be done, because my mom said it couldn't. You know what I'm saying? On transplanting a plant that it's already giving giving you fruit, like it has already passed a vegetative state. In
What contributed to that observation?
time, letting the time go. So what do you mean what contributed? As I'm seeing it,
I never mind. That was the question I was posed to Todd. What are your observations? Like, why are you putting Epsom salt there? So, what are you doing different that you believe than your mother, or what you read online? Henceforth, what contributed to your observations
hey, what do you see?
of
How I explain what I've done different from mama?
yes, or the people online? What are you doing differently?
Oh, I said.
What do you contribute in your mind? Do you think contributed to you having the different outcomes of what your mom's saying and what they're stating online for you to do, of trimming and when the plant's supposed to give you fruit and so on and so forth? What have you done different that you believe contributed to the plant to act in a different observation than what you read on Google in your mother's gardening experience? It's like asking Todd, why
Like
are
I
you
said,
putting
I
that?
basically had taken everything that it was its original growth and left all of what it was sort of coming along. I left little leaves, only a few big leaves in the plant, in each plant. I have done a comparison, leaving of what two same of the same plant, like would be bell pepper. I'm doing the control, and the other that I'm doing, that what I have contributed is basically had taken all the growth that it would be what people would consider that is like at the stage that, so it's giving you a tomato. What would your common sense will tell you you don't take the tomato out because it's part of the stage of the plant where it should be at, right? After it had given itself flower, it shoots the tomato and starts growing the tomato and comes from maturation for the tomato, right? Instead of doing that, basically reversing the process of the plant, like taking it months back.
No, it's simple as saying fruition to vegetative. In vegetative, do you fruit?
So I explained, I made basically
So what I asked,
extended the vegetative state.
which is what they said to do on Google, which is removing the fruit. That is why you do such, which puts the plant in vegetative state to grow up, so that you get the secondary fruiting from you now comes into the fruit, which you explained a month later. Henceforth, I'm asking you, since you're stating you have fruit, supposedly, I'm now making an ass of myself and assuming from your words that the time that you read or the time that your mother had given you as you'd opened up stating this information is from your mom as her gardening for her life, a different observation you're perceiving and perceiving from what you read online. I just asked, what do you think contributed to what the fuck you're stating, since I didn't read the article, but you're stating in a certain amount of time by doing what Google states you're supposed to see this and this. Your mother said the same to you. You're stating...
No, she said she said not to do that.
Conversation in your head. Can you hear what I'm saying? So your mom stated the opposite of Google, but is giving you an observation. Henceforth, me asking, what have you done that changes your mom's observation to you and what you read on Google? In a sense of, if you follow Google's direction, you're supposed to get fruiting or growth of this factor in this amount of time. You are putting it out there like you have a different observation than that. So I'm asking, what contributed to that? Do you think made that different?
Not any I did not say that there was any different than the Google's outcome. I got exactly, it was very similar to, I have not exactly timed it, but I got the exact result that I was looking for when I applied this technique of these people that they have said of the results that they would get. That I feel like I've gotten those results, which is bringing the plant back to the vegetative state, which
Yeah, that's
was
easy
what
as
my
shit.
mom had said.
It's
That it
very
wouldn't
simple to
happen.
do. It's called, if you've cut the fruit off, you grow pot. What do you do to pot?
You can prune it, you can take the fucking littles out.
By doing such, what does it do? It changes the plant's energetics to go from what? Producing fruit in that area or stem? Or in the entire plant? Or to back to growing? Henceforth, my asking, what did you do in your observation to contribute to what your outcome is? That still hasn't been answered. Because you just stated you have not quantitative anything, comparison-wise. If you were to ask me the question on the clones over there that I'm doing, right? Measuring height and width. I'm doing a different observation or modality than other people are. So if you were asking me, what do I think contributed, what am I doing? What am I doing different? You know, what am I adding different? To be able to say, yes, I think if I do this hydrosol water, or this molecular structured KELEA water, so on and so forth, watered at this date, differently than my other experiments that I did where I'm growing food, but I'm going out measuring height and width, but every day I'm getting over 2.5 inches of growth, henceforth a plant being put in, growing to 7 foot tall in 1 month. What am I doing different? What do I think contributed to that? If I was asked that question, let me think of the process. Do I use store-bought soil, or do I make my own soil? You understand? The nutrients and all that shit that goes into there. Differently than the observation that someone, you opened the conversation stating my mom has a lifelong gardener. And I'm getting different observations than her and the shit on Google. And instead I'm getting kind of the same in Google. I'm going, okay, well, what quantitative measure is different for you if you haven't measured time? And in Google, it tells you what you're supposed to see within those measuring times, but you didn't quantitative do that. So how could you ever answer truthfully my question of what you think contributed to your observation coming out in the outcome? When you keep stating, but I keep telling you. You keep telling me what? What was your height and width of your plant? What was your fruit? What's the gestation on that species of genus of plant that you're doing in comparison to the one that you read on fucking Google and your mom's telling you? To state that you see a difference. If you don't have a plateau to stand on because you didn't observe and you didn't do a quantitative state in the beginning, and stating that you are, at least measure it and keep the fucking shit in your head and have an abstract number to throw at me. Like I can do. Because it's an observation, and I'm actually doing it as an observation, as a scientific fucking what? Repeatable thing. That can be shared to someone else in a tactile way. Here's the modality that I did it. Here, if you wish to do the same and expound on it, go ahead. If not, this is my head, and I just read some shit, and somebody's telling me some stuff, some other thing, and I'm thinking in my head, conjecture, super hyperbole fucking measure. That's completely virtual because I do have nothing in this form as a fractal integer to use as a boundary. Did you understand what I just said right there? What's your first note or look at to see? Like what's saying, Kaylee, you need to go get a pap smear so you have a fucking what? Plateau. A base. You use a thing that has a sticker on it that says scientific research. That's what scientific research is. Doing it in a scientific manner so it can be repeatable. Otherwise, it's a fucking proton, and you're like, huh? Come chase the wind, fucking kids. Keys program. Drink the Kool-Aid. Hello? Adult conversation. Constructs the adult mentality, which sees things in their adult manner. Doesn't mean that it's not playful or childlike. Because one has to have fucking imagination to make shit that is not real into reality. One has to grow up to access the inner fucking child to make that in co-creation. Otherwise, it's just fucking. I was like, huh? Well, what were you doing? How did you do that? I told you. You told me what? What did you tell me, actually? Let's think about that. What did you tell me? What did they say, like I keep repeating, what did they say is the observation on Google? And what did your mom say out of her 40 plus years of gardening? You should see. You went against that, like you normally do. So for me, I'm saying, like how I got to this point, I've always gone against those things, but I have an observation to push back against the person for some reason. Oh, he's just my boy. Crazy, dude. All his mercies. Trim. Scissors. Well, they're taking care of the stuff for the Amazon thing. I gave her a thing where the character is, and I gave her my point of view on it, and now she's on the phone with them. There's asterisk information she didn't give to me that she knew when she sent the character lettering. Didn't match up, or in a sense didn't give her the space to give the same as the labels that would be as a sample would be. So they rejected. Beautiful ladies on the phone doing it. Throat chakra. Businesswoman. Living life.
So I addressed the lava energy thing. She's like, you're totally right. Probably what happened, because it is done by a computer, it had overseen the Y of the lava energy and the blessings, and it had cut your brand in half. So it's not gonna pass. She's like, we gotta do it by hand, so follow this link, this and that. And then I was like, okay, you have a great day, thank you. And before I hung up, I'm like, hold on a second, because I'm never gonna call you again, because it's like hours in the phone, right? So I was like, sister, I got something that has been bugging me here for a second. So there's a seller in your site. As you can see, I'm a brand new seller in this e-commerce platform, but I'm an established seller on Etsy. I've been there since 2015, and it happens that your platform is hosting a seller that has stolen my intellectual property. It has a picture they just stole from my site, and the thing is, it makes your platform looks bad because if you're wanting to protect the buyers, they're not getting the product that it's this, advertising there. And I said, you're having me go through this whole branding process to verify. She's like, it's even better if you include your hand in the picture. And so I said, you're having me verify this. And if you look at this listing, every single product picture have been photoshopped. And what has not been photoshopped, it's being stolen. And she's like, oh my God, no, that's exactly what we want to prevent. I'm so thankful you bring this up to my, and I'm like, okay, dude, like, help me out here, because, if that's the kind of shit that you want to do, yeah.
Otherwise, you're telling your husband that he's chastising you when I'm going. I'm not chastising you, honey. I'm saying to you, as an adult, the information that you gave is the same as Mickey. I'm not calling you her daughter. I'm saying, what was my reaction? I'm going to ask you a couple of specific questions. After giving you a rebuttal, but you answered those questions into my rebuttal by telling me that the character box that you known from the gate, because you're the one that did it and sent the sample in, you know what I'm saying, is smaller than what you need. So, by doing such, it opens a door for you that you can either think that someone's chastising you, or you can do what you just did.
She was like, this is exactly what we want to prevent. Thank you for bringing this to the light. We're going to have people look into this. We're going to tell the seller to take it down, the picture. That's not what we promote, and this and that. And I said, well, the truth is that your platform had made it a perfect scenario where sellers out of the country can just send their products here and you guys handle it all. So that's knocking everybody's, like, I'm grateful because I want to expand myself and sell in Europe and not have to be physically present there. But at the same time, that creates more competition in the local market. So if you're gonna have regulations, I fucking have regulations and apply them widely. So no, it was a good conversation. Yeah. I said the truth is it's a double-edged sword, because I know that the moment that you put out there, I said, I even think that the people that are listing these products are the same people that are the people that I buy my items.
But that's an assumption.
But all they have to do with all the information out there, the way that the competition
Still
has
doesn't
been
matter. That's just an assumption.
established is look at analytics of what products are selling.
Yes, still, but without proof, it's just an assumption. It's not an adult. It's not an adult choice. It's an assumption. Which is an emotional response.
Oh yeah, hopefully you just take it down. The person realizes that's not cool. You can't do that.
Not all the bullshit that you're making up in your head and your imagination as a child is not going to happen. The person just lost revenue. They're going to figure out how to get the revenue back, honey. Hello. Let's live in the world, not in imagination. You have to place yourself in their shoes. Hello. This is you were illustrated, which wasn't told to you by Julie, was it's better to have what you've been doing. And you've eliminated your hand in these, trying to make it a different thing. What I've been saying to you from the get is don't change your get up, kid. You've been doing everything correct. Hello? Because the pictures and cameras that you're using, you can prove it's fucking you by the fucking fingerprint on this side of your hand. Be it that you've only been locked up once. Right here. And also here. And the cameras, they take pictures, and the pictures that are taken, honey, they can tell who you are on Facebook and other shit like that. Hello? Not aware of that, and fucking wake up. Because what did I explain to you? I was talking to you when that one Motorola camera came out with the 61 megapixels back in 2014. Police were using that shit for taking pictures, fingerprint pictures, nigga. That's what the dude from El Dorado County came up to, after I had the cops fucking switch, because they're using the cops that fucking beat my ass to fucking watch me in there. It was like, I'm like, dude, this is torture. You know what I'm saying? There you go, walking away again. Check out this other movie that I downloaded the other day and see what it's about. Correlations. Let's see what bullshit they're doing today. Let's see what's going on. T60, huh? 118. Looks like we got a subscriber. So we're at 118. Or 117. That's crazy. Boom. Got rid of them people. Blase, blase. So today, folks, was the very first day that I had set Elite Carbon on fire. Being the first person only in the world to ever do it. And then I did it again, and again, and I keep doing it. Ha ha ha. Who cares, right? Let's go to the beginning, dude.
Very interesting.
Go to the beginning. Oh. Alright, can you help me? Can you start this at the beginning, please? I can't for some reason my fingers.
That's right. The closest I can get. 3 seconds. You're welcome.
Anomalous power surge or something happened. The strung out as you see, fracture points normal. Was not involved with electricity. This piece here I was using as a conductor. Very interesting. solar panels are good for nuclear radiation, solar radiation, and so forth. EMP blasts. This thing got blasted. Pulse 3 popped. 25 volt capacitors. Yeah, like a pinball. But back up and running, time below is the fan from it. Pull off that other one.
Sorry? I couldn't hear you. Just as we're being honest, just trying to be engaged.
Working pretty good. So yeah, restart the time. It's quite interesting. Look into it. See about the GANs and such that comes from this. Very interesting. Different toroids and jewel keys and so forth that take energy to convert it down to another and so forth. Different magnetic fields and needs. The next phase in the prototype.
What's up, my G? What's up, bro? What's up with that hair, my boy? So what?
Ain't nobody pay attention to this or will repost it to their wall. Spouse or non-spouse. Well, it happened before or not after. 4 years on now. This bullshit. Bullshit. More bullshit. When it helps, it has to do with their family too. But they don't care until somebody has to help them. Let's see who puts this up on their wall.
En este momento son muy pocos los pasos, no es que es lo ultimísimo, es lo que sigue. Uno tiene que hacerse el análisis médico. Tenés que hacer el análisis médico. Tenemos que llenar los formularios del sponsor, para eso es lo que necesitas ayuda. Y también después in 2 cities of people that had never traveled abroad, they're saying that it's a degeneration in the S protein of one of the variations, and the Pfizer and Moderna have already shown that they're completely the thing is completely obsolete to them. Epsilon it's called. So they're going through the whole Greek alphabet.
It's called the 5th mutation I told you to look out for.
Dice Ezequiel que es la 5ª mutación. Pero yo hace 2 días no veo noticias, así que no escuché nada. Ayer pensé que era sábado todo el día, estoy re perdido.
Remember I told you to watch out for the quadruple, which is Delta Plus. This is a 5th. Are you picking up? The thing is, here, I'll give you this information. People like myself that have immune systems, we can either be a detriment to mankind, as they try to play and state that someone with AIDS or a compromised immune system, as they showed, was getting those different testings, treatments. It showed that off that person they had 13 different variants pop off of the person. You understand? What just happened, what's going on, is persons that had, say, compromised immune systems, but yet somehow made it to where they can block, or, in a sense, not a compromise, but their antibodies from them, from people donating, have found that they have antibodies that are able to block or beat the RBG binding site, or the escape mutation. Because, like with I Am Legend, with Will Smith, where they use a cancer drug, there was people throughout the world that have a normal immune system right for this. Comprehend what I'm saying to you? With each variant that's out, even with the normal one, there are those of us that are out there that are naturally immune to it. If you do a viral load or CRISPR off of our immune response, one can tailor something to where that response is not a blanket, but just exactly for what's going on. But yet, by doing such, if it is not done for everyone, again, like what's going on, is you have a pressure system that happens where you have inoculated to inoculated. Inoculated makes it worse for those that are inoculated, in a sense of, for those breakthroughs, it has been able to figure out how to get past the vaccine, besides your normal immune response. Normal immune response builds up, can be defeated, but yet, in the sense of its defeat, is also its strength. Comprehend what I stated there. It's the opposite when you get a jab. It weakens you. It makes it where you're susceptible, because now if there's breakthroughs, and the way that they were doing their stuff, to where unless you actually get hospitalized and show symptoms, everyone that's been running around with breakthroughs, it takes a while for that pressure to build up to allow that mutagen to run around and become the dominant, which will affect non-vaccinated people worse than vaccinated. Why? It has already built and made itself immune response. So when we get a really crazy immune response, you understand? What they're showing with the plus and the normal is that with fully vaccinated nurses on front line, they were infecting each other. Fauci and them the other day stated, you can kind of do it and get each other infected, but not severity. But you're still passing something around, and again, that pressure on the gene pool makes the word, when you do have an expression of someone that is fully vaxxed having to be hospitalized, well, that variant's already out in the community. And for it to be able to do a breakthrough like that, it's, again, like they keep going, all the sicknesses and deaths are happening in unvaccinated. Why? Because the stuff that's around now is more lethal than the original strain, as they're pointing out, trying to tell people, please get the vaccine, because what we have done is fucking mutated this shit to where it is a goddamn airborne death. Hello? If the L452R is 14 seconds to get you infected, and there's another variant plus, and then there's another variant after what? As I keep pointing out to you, watch when these levels of groups get the jab. What do you see pop out? Hello? We've seen 17 months of it, honey. I keep pointing out. You gotta be an alcoholic and fucking retarded or a dope fiend not to fucking see what's going on. Or I guess all of us alcoholics and dope fiends fucking we see it, and that's why the death rate's so high on that side. It's like, damn, educate people fucking retarded. And you just run for what? Tourism. It's called the fuck it plan. Puck it. But if you wish to, it's a fuck it sandbox plan of We got 30% of our population vaccinated. We're gonna have all these people come here. Fuck it. Who gives a fuck, right? We need the money. Huh. P1 variant's not being talked about. The Delta Plus, why it's so interesting, is it has a South African variant for more binding. Different than the Plus. From the Delta. It has a South African meat. Along with the mink. That one has that, and plus, as you're seeing, that thing that allows the white, yellow, black fungus, the host, is the what fucks with the hemes and gives you the high altitude seasonal acute syndrome. So I thought it was fucking scary. The movie we watched, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
The bloody nose.
Why can't I breathe? Because in the sinus issue, what would that be? This headaches. It's called exchange not happening properly. The bubbles I'm trying to show you, but it's argument. Tubes. Or the sphere. I wonder. Something can't go faster than fucking light. So it can't go into a rod. So, okay. It's just simple, dude. So simple. That's why I'm so disgusted and irritated and tired.
Mamá, ¿viste que estoy creciendo espinaca de semilla?
If you go to Spain, it's the same as Christmas. And I say I love you, but that's dumb as fuck.
Bueno, igual está bueno porque para cuando le den las entrevistas...
I can only help you so many times.
Está bueno porque ya vamos a haber comprado la casa acá, entonces, y cuando uno va a hacer la entrevista ya dice que tiene una casa acá.
Mama, when you come here in October, we're gonna have the Sikh. We're gonna have the Sikh parade. Please be mindful of where you're going in Spain at the same time here, because the variant you're talking about is also in India. We have the largest parade, which they have not talked about shutting down. We're about to have the Peach Festival, Mom. We're gonna have, on a normal year where we're not fucking locked down, is 40,000 people. I imagine 40 to 85,000 people are going to come to Marysville.
Acá van a hacer el festival del durazno la
Then you
semana
have the
que
Sikh
viene.
parade, which has 300,000 people on a normal year without this shit. We're going to get 260 to 500,000 people are going to come.
Que es de India y vienen casi medio millón de personas.
Please be mindful, keep yourself
Mamá,
safe.
te estamos diciendo que es una locura, que vamos a participar, es una locura, medio millón de personas.
The strains you're talking about are coming back this way.
Porque voy a querer ir en el medio de una pandemia a pararme con medio millón de personas.
Those strains are already here and coming back. That's why I think it's fucked up to keep saying it's the Indian variant, but it was found in California first. L542R. Found in fucking LA County.
Así que igual, todos los días siguen tomando plata, todos los días siguen haciendo los sprays, todos los días siguen usando
fucking
plata.
area you're gonna be flying in at. You gotta do your nasal patches and everything, dude. Get real, man. Like I said on the visit. You're gonna come back here and you're gonna deprogram my wife. I'm a selfish fuck. I don't want to die. Spray my nose and get on your ass about doing it and other things. This shit is real, honey. Now what I think is funny is the CDC is fighting with the WHO. The WHO is telling motherfuckers to wear, fully vaccinated, to wear fucking masks inside. And CDC is saying you don't have to. So when they take my videos down or they fuck with my videos, who fucking are they fucking with? Whose information are they going by? CDC or the World Health Organization? The World Health Organization is going Delta Plus in this strain right here. Don't fuck with it. It is blocking all our shit. But what they're not trying to say to people is the vaccines do not work against this shit. So they're lying to people. CDC is saying, no, it's okay, don't worry. Moderna, all this shit is fine. They're fucking not less than a fucking month later. Hello? What did I say to you, Mimi? Study this shit because what's going to pop out is something that's going to breach what your parent system's here for. Did I not say that to you? And how long has it been? April, May, June. You're going to get a quadruple, a tri-quadruple, and a monopole. And we're at that. And that one right there is all the different vaccines combined plus the Moderna. Fucking explain it to you, dude. All you want to do is argue with me and shit. I stop fucking talking to you about the COVID shit. You just want to argue and fucking talk about retarded shit. Don't talk about that. Got a fucking mission. Reason why we came together and I spent this time with you. And left the other timeline that I was in. There's a fucking chance to stop this shit. If not, I'd rather not watch my kids die from afar. I would have rather fucking died with them. I sound like a whack job. But if people only knew the power of scalar and plasma and so forth. Anyhow. Get to clean out this spot over here. Move my garden mover. Restructure and get more hydrogen into them. Get my flat lap out and start grinding down some more crystals and mixing it in. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna move them to right there. Yeah, that spot right there. I was gonna put them by the Ben Franklin's, but I just noticed last night best light to the sun down is right there. So that's gonna be the island in the pond. Look at that light. 20 amps going by. Anyhow, 11 watt. Free energy. And get the hydro plant going. A new strain that knocks out Moderna and all that is inedible. Life is life. Fully autonomous self-organized systems. They evolve. One must understand that. Or all you're doing is just making a building and fighting yourself. And to defeat you. Which means the death of humanity. Idiots. Going down. Still going. Woke her up yesterday.
So what happened, my mom said, is she had set, so now she's telling me all about her relationship with dad. It's like, I have set pautas, like clause, for sleeping, okay? Because your dad, for the last, like, my dad's not taking no more medication for sleep, none of that shit. He's just naturally doing noises at night. Like, he's talking in his sleep, like, making these noises, like, so my mom said, a couple of weeks ago, my mom had said, we're going to sleep in the same bedroom. If you want to sleep in the same bedroom, because they got 2 bedrooms, you want to sleep in the same bedroom, I go to sleep before you. So that way I can conceive sleep. And then if you come in and you make all the noises, you won't keep me up because I'm already asleep. You know, so that's what my mom said. They've been doing that and they've been both sleeping well. My mom going to sleep before because otherwise...
Hold on a second. May I ask a couple questions? Because you know the information you divulge. So if they've been married for longer than you've been alive, as long as I've been alive, or they've been together?
Since my mom is 22, 23.
She's 60 yet?
Yeah, my mom was born 58, so she's like 60.
3. So they've been together 2 years longer than I've been alive.
My dad had
Because
never
I'm going on 41.
made these noises.
Just hear me. If your dad's never made the noises, but if he just now stopped taking medication for sleep.
He had not always. He done in these periods. Like now he did
But
it
just
because of his
hear what I'm
knee.
saying without having any rebuttal or conversation in the head. Just hear. Because you were not the parent or the person in the bedroom. You're just now becoming adult, where the adult is talking with you about these things.
Mm-hmm.
Comprehend what I'm saying to you? So one's observations are different than what mom has. So in these inferences in a relationship where you see with ours, because you're now an adult, and sometimes we have these situations, like last night you stayed up because we were supposed to watch a movie. Now, whenever we watch a movie together, you fall asleep. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting for me to look at these times, like last night you stayed up. The only times that you stay up is by yourself. The only time that you get a full night's sleep and you don't get up and eat is when you go and sleep by yourself. Or you're sleeping by yourself. You understand? These are observations I'm saying to you, but yourself you can see. Because do you wake up with stuff next to you or your normal routine?
Yeah, and before I met you, that was the thing for me, was like heaven, because I felt like I would fall asleep really easily, and before on my own, I was the night owl. Like I would stay up, and when I met you, I would just like inevitably fall
It's been
asleep.
8 years of this,
Mm-hmm.
of Tahoe City House. Hey honey, let me watch the thing. Well, we were trying to talk about something, but you told me what? Let me know when you wish to watch the movie. I start to play the movie, and what are you looking at and doing?
You said we're gonna watch a movie. You said it in the thing. You grabbed the burger.
And I started to play the movie. What was your face looking at? Same direction as mine, or was it doing something else? Therefore, I started to play my game. Because again, you explained to me when I'm ready. For me, what I was
So I
showing you.
initiated doing something. I had to finalize doing what I had
Sure,
started
but
doing.
if that is so, I'm still waiting for you to be watching it since you told me what. Let me know when you're ready, which meant you were ready to watch and have your full attention on it, which I never get. You either fall asleep or you're in something else. So how do I have a discussion with you about something? Henceforth, how? First night of the other movie, what did you do? You went to sleep. I stayed up and watched the movie. You got up because I was watching the movie and went and slept over here and slept all night. That was your reason. Like literally just the other day.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm saying that observation as an adult, I'm not picking, saying that observation as an adult, and the observation from your mother as an adult to you, hopefully it's not with emotion, but of course it's wrapped in emotion, so one has to dissect it as an adult and have an adult conversation with that information in your mind back to the person giving it with emotion. Comprehend what I just said right there?
Mm-hmm.
And point out, but not chastise, as someone always perceives my conversations as chastisation. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So, if for the last couple of years someone has stopped doing such, but again, your observational point in the equation is when there is pain in your father, he makes those noises. Is he getting a full night's sleep? Again, think of what you do in your work, in your understanding, on personal, but also applied observations of doing something with the scientific equipment and seeing inside of someone, and doing it in that aspect as an adult, hopefully. Apply that in life. Apply that when someone's speaking to you like I am right now. Do it to everything. So it was intrinsic to you. So it's like, hey, someone says something to you. Here, what happened? You eradicated that which was supposed to you competition. But one has to understand that supposed competition has to pay the bills too. Comprehend such, why I was stating in the emotional state. See all aspects and look at it. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
In the same aspect of mom stating this, apply as a child. I've been stating to you when people would be talking about me or my brother, peace be upon him, before I came out to my family and I had a brother, I noticed people would change. This is as a child. What did you hear my aunt state? So those several times where my head was beaten or I was killed, consciousness left or whatnot, or all that stuff that they say as the hemispheres go and you see the tunnel and all that, and your life is... What did I say? I figured out. It's like in one of the times when I was a child, the year you were born, my mom was doing one of the respects where she was getting reprimanded by one of her closest friends. That she explained to you she used to do, she'd blank out. I'm trying to explain to you about disassociation and consciousness. What time frame is that? Like dementia and Alzheimer's. Hello? What happened to your grandmother, rest in peace? Because for her, she wished not to be in the time. Therefore, what happened to her?
No, she
You understand?
in the last 3 years of her life, she just wasn't. Actually, there was like a fracture where there was a point where she just stopped seeing the things for how they were and what they were and how things have gotten to. You know, like she didn't see her husband as a husband no more. Like no, like there was a total dissociation. Yeah, what I'm just having a hard time conceiving as what time, because that person is existing in this plane. But when you're saying like in what time frame, is that like I'm just having a hard time understand the
Conceiving it?
reversal of the consciousness, but
Conceiving it?
I have a hard time conceiving that the person is also existing at that, I don't know, like existing at that time. I understand the reversal of the conscious, like I think I understand the reversal of the consciousness, but for it to be conceived completely as a completely time construct, a different time I mean, I understand why, because if it's
So then ask yourself, is this consciousness that is talking to me constrained by time? Be it, if you wipe away ego, because ego is what makes you check the time.
see,
Ego is what makes you be somewhere on time.
see.
Ego is what makes you think of time. Yet ego and time are virtual, but one constructs the other and vice versa. A pseudomorph, not, if you wish to say. Because its observation of such negates or annihilates both, but yet makes one physical. Like doubt. So how much time do you put into that? But yet, what is it? You understand? So, the separation of the persons. Just now, mom is vocalizing, getting the throat chakra to state something that they've been together longer than both of us have been alive. You stated you thought it was cute that your grandparents had the Americanized bedroom. No way am I chastising or doing, I'm just coming from my own self-reference of what was shown on Leave It to Beaver and so forth of the American societal way of what I was shown, and my mom and my dad and grandparents, because there's their TV shows of, again, Leave It to Beaver and Wally and all that kind of stuff. The parents slept in separate beds, yet they weren't your grandparents' age recipes to them. I'm like, huh? It seemed like it was someone like just a little bit older than I, or in the 50s, my mom's age, or your mom's age. And just like, I was thought of interesting. You thought it was cute. The cuteness that you thought, now you have your mom having a talk with you saying, basically, me and dad are almost at the spot of doing what you seen at your grandma and grandpa's house, peace be upon them, of separate beds. If that doesn't work, then you have what you see in other houses where people stay in separate parts of the house, which I've seen and I always thought was odd as a child.
Yeah, but then you start understanding
And
that you
didn't
like your
comprehend
space.
it
It's
because I
different, yeah.
was not an adult conceiving the conceptualness of having the observational points of, okay, this is what's going on.
And then being comfortable with each other too. There's different reasons. There
Yes
can be
and no
being
in some of
comfortable with
those,
each other
in those manners,
in a
yes.
relationship.
Yes and no, there is those conformalities in those relationships, but if it takes someone to fucking sleep in the other room, what conformality in a relationship are you talking about?
Like I
Understand what I mean by that?
if it's solely about, let's say a person has like my grandma and my grandpa was for 2 reasons.
Again, you've seen it as a child, so right now we're still talking about mom as an adult. So if mom as an adult, you have just now from mirror reflection back into her, given her a throat chakra where she's speaking. It's 43 years of hearing or whatnot because your dad was very active when he was younger. Therefore, the knee brace and other things you see in the stuff during those times before you were born, during you were born, and being raised, and all those trips and so forth, that wears. All those times he's hurt himself is now accumulated, and fucking she's having to deal with it, and she's memorizing back on those times. And it's, hey, dude. But vice versa. Because if I go to sleep early and then you come in, because the way that you sleep when we sleep together and you roll, how much sleep do I get? And then you understand? You understand?
A few weeks ago.
You understand? This is one of the things of speaking with them 8 years ago, if they can work on their conversation like in the Thai restaurant trying to talk with dad. If you work on this, then this won't get to that point. Because lack of sleep for both enables one for, say, digesting what the body perceives as a stress for the day, right? So one wakes up, the new stressor is perceived of the person next to because it's agitation. The accumulation of such can cause issues, as you're seeing now, because it's an emotional response instead of a proactive response. You understand what I mean by that?
So a couple of weeks ago, that has been established and they've been doing it well and it has been working. The other day, my mom said that
Is that why mom accidentally overdosed herself and hallucinated?
the other day my mom
Is that how she...
had gone to bed, but my dad had gone to bed before her, and so when she went to bed, she was playing.
Is that how
I'm
she...
getting to it.
Is that
If
how
you're patient enough,
Okay.
that this follows.
So that's before or after? Is that how you got the message? I'm asking for a timeline. You're stating this is the other day, which mom did that farther back. So that's why I'm saying.
What did what further back?
Were
I'm
you
talking about this episode where my mom took Rick Simpson oil.
Okay, that's what I'm explaining. Is that was more than a couple of days back, honey. That's what I'm saying.
It was the day that we were at Gabriel's on Saturday. So 3 days ago. Okay. More than a couple, 3 days ago. On Saturday. My mom said they had established this shit weeks ago, the rules. Saturday, my dad went to bed. Well, they had, I don't know if they had watched a series together or something, and my mom said, I'm gonna go to bed. And my dad said, yeah, I'm going with you. And my mom said, they went bed together. My dad started doing noises, fell asleep, completely fell asleep. My dad don't remember if he makes noises. And my mom got up because she had told herself she couldn't sleep. So she got up.
She's sitting there frustrated in her head, stuff going beep, beep, beep.
Well, she said it was, she was feeling that, because Martino had come visit the week before, and she's saying that Martino getting to a point that he's really heavy for her, and she had been carrying him a lot, and so that shoulder that she had completely addressed.
That spot that she
was
goes
here,
to when she
it
gets
got
stressed
tense.
out. Yeah.
So she was like, I remembered because she said I couldn't sleep, and I remembered that I had been cleaning my cabinets, and I had the syringe you guys gave me, and that would address my pain. She said I truly didn't do it for ego, the shoulder pain.
That wouldn't address the pain.
Well, it worked for her. She said that. So she said, I was like, Mom, did you do it from ego? And she's like, no, I truly felt like I had these memoretics that we have done it in a certain way, and it was good. And I just wanted to feel that. That's what my mom said. She said the problem was, I didn't do it on a T. I just grabbed the syringe, put it on my finger,
Which made her body ingest
and put it underneath my tongue.
Yeah, it went straight into her blood system.
And she said, then I went back to bed. I forgot that I'd done it. And when I went back to try to get up to go pee, everything was like, she was like, I felt like I was in a boat. And so I had to wake up your dad and tell him, Raul, I just drugged myself. This is what my mom said. I just drugged myself. I need you to know, in case of anything happens, you need to be informed. And that was when my dad sent me the text message. And he said,
Mom's hallucinating.
Mom hallucinating. What should she do? My mom said that my dad, as a true alcoholic, walked her through, like, put your fingers in your throat. My mom's like, no, I ain't doing that.
It's not going to do nothing.
Well, so but they didn't know she had to ingest high fatty things or carbohydrates. So I was like, well, my first response was, go sleep, you know?
Go to sleep after drinking some milk. Go fucking...
But she should have
Go
drinking
eat
that
some
milk.
brownies
But
and
my mom
shit
don't drink
and
milk.
milk.
It's been 10 years and my mom don't drink no milk. But yeah.
Oat milk, whatever they're using that's fat.
Yeah.
Oat milk.
Coconut oil. I don't care.
Coconut
if
oil,
like
something.
Something, yeah.
Just whip some coconut oil with some
Dulce de
cinnamon
leche,
in it.
something,
and
yeah, toast or
fucking
something.
Ingest it.
Yeah, well, so
Boom.
my dad walked her through. He was like, put your feet down out the bed, because that would make you feel anchored. And my mom was like, I'm too short. Like, my bed is too tall. I can't fucking do that. This is horrible. My mom was like, I'll tell you what, though. My shoulder pain went the fuck away. She's like, and she's not scared, though. She's like, you'll have to watch out for the, she was like, what were she? For the vices in California. Like, she was like making jokes about it. And then my sister was like, Mom, bring it over here. And Mom was like, no, I ain't bringing it, but not because I don't want you guys to do it, but I'm a little scared to bring it to Europe, you know? My sister was like, Mom, you just had a bad trip. You just had a bad trip or something. I was like, trip my balls, Lucy. Like, I didn't want you to trip. I just wanted to sleep, you know? And so I was like, so you didn't hallucinate it? And I was like, no, it wasn't like hallucinations. It was like feeling like shit. Like, and then the next day was Vicente's birthday. So Vicente calls. And I'm like, Mom, this is for the books, because when Vicente's older, we're gonna be like, Vicente, do you remember when you know, for your 8th birthday, Grandma did not call, you know, or something? Like, it wasn't the normal Grandma that you would see, like, it'll call and have the candles on. My mom said that Juani called on the way of taking Vicente to school, and they were all like, happy birthday. My dad was, happy birthday.
And she's
She put
like,
the phone to my mom, and my mom is like, happy birthday, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. That's what she said, and she passed out. And then she said that it was beautiful. Check this out.
it's a place she went to.
It was beautiful. They did. So Ximena ordered 2 cakes for Vicente, one for him for his classmates and celebrate, and then they celebrated Vicente's birthday at his Juani's home and called the game. And everybody said that they had never ever seen Vicente so happy in their life. My mom told Vicente that she was intoxicated and she wasn't feeling well, and so Vicente the next day was like, Grandma, how's your stomach ache? You know, and she's like, how can I tell this kid when he grows up? You know, like, this is gonna be a great story, because we all know that's like the adulty shit, like, we all witness, and it's like, are you gonna be true and say, like, this, like, Grandma was like,
It needs to be done in a couple of years because, listen, the young man thinks that she drank too much alcohol.
oh, I think he took it as a, like, food poisoning. Because no, my mom don't drink around Vicente.
But yeah, it'll be great to put clarification because his mom smokes. Everybody around him.
I used to do the silly thing of saying I didn't drink around people. It's kids, right? But yet, if you drink alcohol, not in front of them, but you smell like alcohol and their parents drink, they know the association and smell. Even if you're sweating it out. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the brother that used to come to the store to get frankincense to put in his vodka. But what was his reason for it? So that he off-gas frankincense. Very interesting gentleman.
Yeah, until he knocked my whole Opal's jar and I had asked him to stop down. But yeah, well, yeah. So, but they said that it was great, that it was beautiful, that Koti was there, everybody was
That
there.
falls in the conversation we were having last night about trying fucking why I was reaching out and trying to have Michaela see her mom and dad. And then her mom and dad and mom and mom.
Exactly. That's
and
all
dad
it
and dad.
takes. Just like people coming together where the kid at least sees it like once. Even people not talking, because most likely like may have not talked. You know, at least Juani with Koti or whatnot. But
at least there together, the child sees that and feels and
words,
is
the
able
person
to
is not antagonized.
reflect and go, wow.
Or the person is not antagonized. See, both of where it comes from together, instead of being fractured in between what it's like. I gotta choose between parts of self because this is accepted here and this is what we talk about here. Like my dad just made a comment because it was beautiful too, like the liberation of my dad. Like these people are fucking crazy too, but on the other side is like, so they decided they are coming in October to visit in a month, but they're gonna finish the consular process in Argentina, and so most likely by March it'll be all completely finished, like the medical process, everything, the sponsorship, everything that follows with, and so they come in here already with the migratory statute guarantee coming in. You know what I'm saying? Instead of coming in with a tourist and then do adjustment. And so they decided that they called me because they had just had a Zoom call with a lawyer firm there, because I had told them that since they're gonna finish it there, to get a lawyer there. You know what I'm saying? The same work that I was doing here of doing the interviews or whatnot, it has to be done there. And so they had just had that, and so they were calling me to tell me how it went. And they're just like so going with the flow. Like the guy was like, because my mom, my mom was set like, I'm doing this in October. And then they were like, well, now that we think about it, this worked perfectly. But I'm like, really? You're saying now that you think about it? So we're saying, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, but you're 70 something years old. And my dad was just saying like, that's great, Alejandra, like you're just getting what you really want. Like what was like have the time to really take a whole year or like 7-8 months to where you're just like decompressing instead of jumping from one thing to the other and going like that. And she's like, yeah, this is great. And they were both like just confirming to each other, even in the uncertainty, because this is like the waiting game of process. It's like they're just like so satisfied with their own decision. You know what I'm saying? And so like I don't know, it just felt great. And so my dad was saying, because they were gonna come in October and were not already like, well, they were saying, oh, what do we do with the luggages, like all the clothes that they had packed of their house, because my parents sold their house. By November they don't have the house no more. They're gonna rent like in my hometown, because they're gonna stay there to finish it. They're gonna rent like a 6-month temporary next to the house. There's like a little. There's a guy that we know for it was like my friend's childhood parents. He had the biggest property there, and
How busy is your brother's chateau?
So I said, I'll see you going to Jujuy. And my mom was like, we were thinking about it. Because my brother, well,
That's
it's
first thing
summer.
in my head.
It's like
If
summer.
he's not busy, then why don't they rent that and keep, in a sense, talking what brother? And since he just appropriated that property, in a sense, before they dip from there,
Yeah, they have talked about doing that, so they'll be close to the kids too.
stay there, be able to see the babies before you leave, and so forth, and do some beautiful family growth
but in the sense of the negate of, in a sense of being a renter or the parents giving the child money in a sense of staying in their own spot.
Yeah.
Do it as a business venture for the kids and overpay what you would normally do for staying in the chateau, and say this is for remodeling and so forth, upgrades on this, and this other money is for allocating or appropriating, or this is to help your payments that you have on the other property that you just appropriated. Like, this makes that, like, here's, from us staying here, this knocks away a year's worth of your whatever, whatnot, so that you can jump ahead, or this is for your truck that you just got, so forth, or looking to get to help with your beehives, and so on and so forth, so that you have this
Extra that is not
start.
Yeah.
Instead of giving it to somebody else in a sense, because right now, if you can feed it back into the system, all you're going to get is more pressure in the closed loop system.
Exactly.
You
But
understand
later
what I'm
on,
saying?
prices are gonna reflect to where it affects you.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah. And so tied to that, we were like just shooting out ideas. I was like, oh, I'll see you. I said, I'll see you in Jujuy. Like, I'll see you. I visualize you. Like, I visualize you in Jujuy for a couple of months. I said in La Piriquita. That's what I said, because that's the name of the chateau. La Piriquita. And my mom was like, yeah, we thought about it. But my dad is like, he just don't like the dirt. Like, he don't like the dirt. So anyhow, my dad was like, well, Javi, my dad was like, my dad, like, as we were throwing ideas out like that, my dad's like so freely, like, expression, he was like, yeah, I also see ourselves at Javi's house, in Pueblo Ester, because it's outside. What they were saying, like, so because it's summertime, so not to stay in the city. Like, because they're used to living outside in the skirts, at least having a pool or something to, like, be out there and enjoy the out nature. Like, they just sit outside, barbecue, and so my mom was saying, like, my dad is like, I see yourself at Javier's, and I was like, yeah, but before, he may have never brought it into the picture, or maybe he had never even conceived that thought, or had that thought, or having that person into account. You know what I'm saying? And that reason dinner that they had, I didn't show you the pictures, all the pugnalins of my family. My dad, Javier, my other brother is missing, but it's Javier, my dad, Vicente, Martino, the pugnalins, the male pugnalins.
First time ever.
Yeah. First time ever. And my dad's making a comment like that, typically would be me just throwing it in there and be like a second of silent, and I like, whatever, like, see, I'll just put it there,
So I'm saying,
and this time my dad was saying, like, or we can be in Pueblo Stir at Javier's, because he has a pool and shit like that, and we're like, yeah, this is good.
8 years of antagonistic butthole saying inclusive, like discount.
Yeah, so my next move, I thought, next time we go to Yuba City, I was gonna hit up Caleb and be like, you guys busy? Because we're coming home. Like, we're coming to your house.
Would I jump on Papa this visit?
Caleb broke your broken foot. She can't move.
You're treating me like why your son, oldest, is explaining to you, stop. You're treating this like business. And it hurts me.
Yeah.
So talk to Maria this way. Don't. As you're saying to me and my mom, why do you talk to me this way? Do you not comprehend this was me doing the same to your family?
Yeah, I just gotta find a way of reaching.
Do you understand?
Reaching to, like, getting to them, reaching to them.
Here, if you're not gonna hear me, then here, I'm gonna give you an injection, not a stab in the heart with a knife to kill you. Some antitoxin. Wake up, man. This is why your sons.
Like, this is you. Why are you suppressing these? I can't accept all of you if you don't accept this part of yourself that I do accept, but you're not wanting to incorporate. It's hella awkward. You know what I'm saying? Hella fucking awkward.
Let's work on this. Whack! And what did I do? Went outside and stayed away. And I got fucking yelled at by you for it.
Yeah, so what my mom said? What my mom said? I'll tell you what, the shoulder pain is gone. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
But what I meant by that is It will help the shoulder pain, but what the signal is, because if you remember the shoulder pain,
She acknowledged how it started. It was
just
when
a
my dad had
meridian.
this surgery, and she had to like sort of like, just what other people do, you know, take a little bit more responsibility, or but depending on how one takes it, it works or not in the body.
Yes.
How is that perceived?
Yeah, but what you're talking about. Go ahead.
I just said it.
But what you're talking about, be it of doing martial arts and so forth and other things, and the stuff that I've studied, she would have had a hydroxyapatite crystal there, formed in a spot where her muscle tension was.
See.
Comprehend what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Not acupressure point where the meridian is blocked by a light going the wrong direction. Completely different, honey. That's the signal.
See.
Don't argue with me about shit.
No, I said it started when, but that's
Yes,
the signal
but
that it was
again,
sent.
Your dad's injury is long enough for what you're stating. She said it started at such. If it was a physical, she would have had massage done to work out the hydroxyapatite crystal. Or a little cyric acid crystal, if you wish to say. Would have built up right there.
Which it did, but it didn't do shit. I mean, it did. It didn't address it as acupuncture did. She was going in the weekly.
Yes, because she didn't have those. It didn't do nothing. The acupressure affected the light meridian beam that was being cross-referenced off, because right there is where she does, like some people do, where if you grit your teeth and so forth, instead of gritting your teeth, your biting power comes from this, honey.
Yeah.
Understand your body, dude.
Yeah. Well, I was talking. Yeah, thank you for tying it in, because we were talking about TMJ.
Yes.
We were talking about Sole, because my mom said she wanted to see Sole.
From being around mom, your TMJ comes from such. Your heart inference or tightness in your solar plexus and fucking having your gallbladder removed comes from dad.
And so maybe we can help my mom, help me, help
There's
Sole.
2 different fingernail bitings, say miasma flows, that was passed to you from mom and dad. That you've learned, like mine. And I'm saying to you, in an adult mindset, mom told you such, but yet you know all the information I do not. You just divulge that to me. But I'm stating from myself, from knowing things and the way that I see, but also studying traditional acupressure of finger, not with the needles. The cavitary compression that they did on that meridian strike to release to where the light went through was completely different than having to make a hydroxyapatite crystal be broken and release that energetic. And for why, again, the massage did not work on the structure, it was the signal.
100%.
Why I asked, how do, here, me throwing this out here, your daughter just tried to kick me out the car. Ooh, mom says the same thing. Okay, well, what's the signal?
Yeah.
Reference.
Yeah.
Mom, why are you and dad not communicating? How did it divulge into something where you would put dad in a situation where you could manhandle his ass?
Yeah. And then my mom said, that the worst part wasn't really like the hangover of trying to recuperate, was having to put up with my dad talking shit to her. And now my dad had to tell me druggy and shit like that, and I was like, oh my god, you just threw your reputation down the drain, Mom.
Jeez, you got
your pearls fucking thrown down the drain.
You got Tom and Jerry right there.
Yeah.
You got Tom and Jerry. Oh my god, they gotta get a home security camera where we can fucking watch them.
So they're saying
And
that
talk
they
with
want to
them.
just like freely like see what the world like expects for them. Like, you guys should document this. Like, who in their life at 73 years old, retired fucking lawyer, decides like my dad. My mom is fresh, so my mom's mindset was like,
Their morning glory flower buds is opened up.
my mom was kind of like, well, like, I understand what like me, like, I understand what the lawyer is saying, but I still wanted to do what I wanted to do. And my dad is like, this is great. This is fucking great. Like, the more uncertainty, the fucking better, right? And I'm like freaking out myself. I'm like, okay, you guys, like, are you for the ride? And my dad is like, this is fucking great, Alejandra. Like, my dad said, fuck the luggages. This is what my dad said. Fuck the luggages. Luggages means like just like
clothes.
belongings,
Yeah.
right? That's their belongings.
Start over.
I'll show up with what I'm wearing, my dad said. And my mom is like, that's what I've been telling you. And I was was like, oh my god, you guys, like,
Get
I
out of here,
fucking
honey.
love
Enjoy
you.
your day.
And now you know where I get it from. Like, thank you, because this is fucking insane. And I said, Dad, thank you, because I thought I get it from you. Now I see I get it from Mom. Because I thought, the whole time, if I can... No, I kind of feel guilty because I'm leaving, but
Go enjoy the day. Spread that light, baby.
one escapade and then...
Spread that light, honey. Don't say that in the universe. Not your one escapade. It's many more. Spread that light. Get it out there. Te amo, mamas. Talk beer. Talk beer. So fun, Olivia. That's beautiful. Crazy. Gotta get the plants taken care of. Move them and so forth to get their light. And get the ladies move from right there to right there. Get more light in the morning and in the evening time. Talk beer. Head into town real quick. Get some things and upload a video or two, inshallah. Whoa. A Haitian president's been assassinated. Haitian. Yeah. I don't know why it just popped in my head, dude. I'm looking up dubstep music to put on the fucking radio, and like as it's loading, it just popped in my head. I yelled out to you.
Things going to shit.
I was just doing this right here. Walk over. I was uploading the thing. Listen to music. I'm like, wait a minute. I got fogginess from my sleep from that weird ass fucking movie we watched. Alright. The Haitian president's been assassinated. I looked that up. Yep. Unless I was me talking. I put Haiti. Haiti president, Haiti news, Haiti president assassinated. Haiti president killed. Let's see. Dude, that's scary. 2 hours ago. He was killed last night. What the fuck, dude? Huh? Whoa. Yeah, I need to do some mushrooms. That's freaking me out right now. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna microdose today.
That's fucking freaking me out. That's freaking me out. That's like waking up and telling you what you're talking to Sarah about on the telephone. You understand? I'm still in my fogginess from getting up. Yeah, dude. What the fuck, dude? And he wasn't even the president. He was the interim president because the dude ran on his election, only ran for one term. He was past his term. People told him to get out. And we said, well, you know, we'll do a snap election. And people were like, no, dude, you're not supposed to be president. But we put him as president. So it's not an assassinated president because his term was ended. We did a puppet dictatorship over there in a sense by backing that guy. You understand?
Yeah.
Interesting. Whoa, yeah. Got that reestablished. Bam. And that'll be our green line from over and around the cuss. That band and around for 2 acres. On top, down to 4. And then 3 acres that way. And open up to another 5. Open up the belly down there. Get them later there. Get this all filled in with food. Drop down, pick up some packages, 600 feet fire hoses, water pumps, some other things and such. La. Upload some videos, inshallah. We're listening to our nephew's English tests and so forth. Reach out to nephew and the teacher doing the English. But before so, ask your brother, because you guys went to different schools. Brother, do you know what an inch is? You understand? So on and so forth. Because think if Vicente's going through what you went through in a sense of bilingual class, yet like I asked you and what you've seen in the inference of they do not teach your measurement in Spanish class, therefore how do you understand? And in English, how do you learned English, but 1 equals what to you? How do you do the English conversion? You know what I'm saying? So if you can, what your experience in life lesson,
Add to the curriculum of
yes,
things that he would need in life, actually.
yes. Especially with it being that by the time he's 15, he's going to have as much experience as you have running your business, but it still won't be a business to him. It's just going to be his life because it's epicary. Epiculture, not epicary. Put a rubber band on there, like keep the nuts up off the ground. Once there's a good shot, where they go ka-ching, ching. Some good gravity on. Another beautiful day in life with you. But I don't know you today. Around this. Wait to get down to this quadrant. That up there is facilitating.
is up underneath the power line. That's the one he's talking about. There's 70 feet on the other side of our property line, so go ahead, brother. Thank you for the respect to asking. Go ahead and take it. I know which one you're talking about. And that'd wake me up if we took it in the mornings. They heard a chainsaw or drop it on the ground like you were saying. You're gonna have to do that quick. But that still encompasses those people's stuff. And oh boy, right there in the car. Gone and brought over and get that stuff started. I think I finalized in my head what I want to do with the pipes yet, but I'm not on this trip to pick up them. I'll wait till we get paid. I'm going to figure out some stuff when we get the pumps and the hoses. So I gotta go back to that other hole. I figured that one's about 24,000 gallons. I'm not sure if I want to do a valve ram pump out of it down to pump it around the hill and just do it solar, because I'll have to dig another hole right now to do that wastewater and pump it back into the hole to have it continue into the circuit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I was saying I wanted to make a secondary cut like what we have reservoir. That would be for the water to drop down and pump it around the thing on its own power. We did a ram pump. Otherwise, electric pump wise, we could pump it without having any issue, just pump it around and not have to do a secondary. But if we do the secondary, then it helps us to where we have more water.
Let's see.
We'll need electric pump right there anyways to pump the water back into the reservoir to keep it in the main flux. Actually two, so we can pump both of those waters out completely over if there is a fire. Get it over to that one at the bottom. We're going to get 3 rotor head micro hydro plants, one for the triangle and one for the back side of the house. It's going to go down to the one that we're going to pump the water to. We're going to do a 40 by 20 hole and then a 40 by 40 hole at the bottom, because the water from the one next to the 2500 tank is going to flow down to it, and we're going to have hydro plant there and a hydro plant there, but both waters are going to go to one hole and be pumped back up to one hole and then pumped over from the other back to the other. On top we use a bilge pump, and then we use a shallow well pump at the bottom, if not the 25 gallon a minute pump. Everything just about complete and done. We should have about 100,000 or a little over 100,000 gallons in our water supply and access to for fire abatement and power and for food. So we'll have 340 by 10 feet deep by 13 or 20 feet wide, with the main aquifer holder at the bottom for the 2 reservoirs or hydro plants to dump into. We'll do it bigger. It'll be at least 50 to 60,000 gallons right there, reservoir, and then the 2 hydro plants will be 13 by 35 by 7 foot deep is 24,000 gallons. That's the hole that I'm digging right now by hand. We'll be able to use a backhoe on the upper ones. So anything wider than 13 feet just adds to the, cargo container link.
Oh, shit.
Blase. And the mini pond, plus the 9,000 gallons we're going to have in the triangle, plus the other China Gate pond. It's 100 grand. 100,000 right there. 100,000 gallons. And then the other mini pond down there by the blue stake. And you throw in those 4 2500s, we'll have like 150, 160,000 gallons stored in the ground and flowing around in a circle. It's going to be a water Faraday cage. Structured, always flowing, not stagnant.
Yeah.
It's be flowing through 25 gallons a minute or more through those nozzles being structurized, also through the crystals and other shit that I'm going to have in the water and the piping and magnets and other things. And solar collectors. And reactors and plasma bottles and blah blah blah. So it'll be nice, beautiful, energetic. So if we ever have another bullshit where it comes up to the edge of our property again, back up, nigga. We're ready for you.
It's yeah, it won't be having to run with buckets.
No. Back up, huh? Why? What you pushing up on? Ain't none of that happening here. None of that happening here.
I think the house may have got sold. The sign up.
Got more water on site than the fire department shit.
That's silly.
Fucking around. Trying to keep that little spot that you wish that we dwelling in right now. I'm trying to dump an inch and a half of water on that shit. You feel me? That's 100,000 gallons or better. I'm trying to be playing like it's fucking winter time and shit. Sprinklers, flares, misters, tree trap conveyor. That trickle comes out here, look like we get about 150 gallons or so about a day. So if we just ram pump it over, it'd be a simple 1-inch ram pump. We would pump water over at 400 gallons a day out of that thing. Get everything at equilibrium where we had that water as a usage for drinking and so on and so forth. But then also for the plants. Food, plants, and lavenders, and fucking. I want to do like at least 8 avocado trees.
Oh yeah.
Or 10.
So if they're off on the season, we'll get because
Do 7 male or 7 females and 3 males. Do them in a star pattern. Males in a triangle and the females on the outside of them in a ring, but offset like a 7-pointed star. Start getting our proteins and shit like that going. I'm just blown away at them avocados I've seen in Maui when we stopped at that place and like that shit was the size of pomelo. Grapefruit. What the fuck?
Yep.
We can get some of them. Grow that shit. That's protein. Do that our driveway valley on the bottom with some different stuff. Fruits and steel.
Oh shit, I got the trailer and there's all these people that I can't turn around.
You're alright, Mom. Brother, back up free. Stop going and go back. Stop going and go back. You're not trying to go that way. Stop.
Well, I'm gonna back up.
Okay.
Oh no. I gotta do something, I can't stand around.
turn it down. Stop when you're that movie. Stop, honey. Please.
What the fuck? I gotta.
Please stop.
Who's driving?
I know you're driving, honey, but the way that you're doing your trailer, you're not going to be able to get out. And these two gentlemen are moving. Go, try to upload this one again. So 20 plus 7 plus 8. Can't be the 2 weeks, so 15, that'd be 35 views this month. 33. But anyhow, get this up to date of getting things and getting the plants going. Hydro plants, that is. Power. Water and food. Water pumps. Fresh supply stock of teas and herbs. 600 feet of fire hose. Controllers. Oh, it looks like there's a fair or something right there going on in the parking lot. There's a bunch of 10x10s over. I have to point that out to a boiler. Get out and do things like that again. Air respirators and so forth. Air scrubbers will be making. The grandbaby's generation. Just in case. %% uploaded the damn video I had uploaded last time I was in town, once a week or so ago. Fucking reset itself while it was whatever the fuck the stupid people do, reviewing or whatever, finalizing the video. Just got the pump and fire hoses. Let's see.
What's next? Gas. Gas in Marysville.
It says 10 amps. I don't know. One said 8.
Yeah, it said 8. Definitely said 8. I'm pretty sure that's the one we bought.
Oh well. There's one. The other side. I think a Jupiter should run it.
It's 1525 gallons per hour. The cast iron transfer pump.
If not, the other one. Hopefully this goes up. Get another one going. That's it. And what moving them up there. As you see now, there's shade. There won't be shade. So we'll be able to grow different foods in different parts that need extreme or more light, supplemental, and also deheating. So for winter time and so. Talk there. There's a video that was in processing. I uploaded 2 videos. That's the one. Not showing that one. And so we'll have to wait for the processing to be done. And get it up to date, everything. I've got it right, Jeremy. It's in my address. I haven't received anything yet. Waiting on those peppers, brother. Pray you guys are okay. Everything is fine in your household and family. Test out this new pump. See if the Jupiter can run it, and then I'll just have to pick up another Jupiter. So that we have it with it. 2 of them. We have it with that pump, and then one for transferring water. So it's just right there. And then we'll have to replicate it on several other micro hydro plant sites. I'll probably switch, depending on the pitch and the head lift, probably switch to a bilge pump, 1 gallons per hour for the amount of amperage needed. Solar energetics, green energy. I think I might modify it, but I want to just modify it, turn it into a 9.5 horsepower engine. 10 amp, better than that transfer pump. 9.5. The same. Blase. Pump it on. Jupiter can run it. Put on some full battery. Come on. Water's gonna get you, buddy. That's not with a full battery. That's the same as a gas motor. That strength, damn. Feel that. Come here. Hold it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's a lot stronger than the gas motor. That's
hook that up to the other battery bank.
That's good. Wow.
Those were your stasis units. Put the Jupiter in it. Refilling and transferring with this guy. It'd be a whole lot quieter and better than using the gas and so forth. Be able to transfer stuff faster than the gas. Use the gas with hydrogen and so forth. Have it plugged in right here with the inlet for the pressurized and all that kind of stuff. That guy be pumping real good. The solar panel is charging it, powering it, and pumping the water back up, pressurizing the system, and making good power from it. Talk bear. Oh yeah. That thing's gonna pressurize that and make it really epic. Oh yeah. Yeah, with that PSI, we crack it. We crack it, boy. And I can recycle the kinetics and the tubing so forth from different types of units. Yeah. Added that with the lamp pumps. Inshallah. We there. Bam. 2 videos up today. Talk here. Put those on USB. Move forward. Talk here.
Niggas behind gate. Perfume letters, not thinking about a date. And I still rap, but I don't break. I'm in the hood with niggas that stack cake. Cause being a rapper costs while niggas is catting off. My niggas is blasting off.
Didn't realize the music was playing when I plugged the headphones in. Darn it. Hopefully they don't do the copyright bullshit.
I've been doing that for a while. Wake up, people. On with that family tree stuff and machines they have that extract stuff from men. Crazy. World we live in.
75th birthday. Golden Gate Bridge is 84 this year. 84 today. You remember? Oh, insurance thing. Foe, baby, foe. Foe.
Oh, and then buying the materials and shit. Taking them to buy the spray paint. I know, it doesn't look like me, huh?
That's you 6 years ago. Let's see what they done to Yousteal. Are any views or anything on the 2 videos I put up yesterday? Dang! That's insane. So now my watch time in hours is 19.2. And views is 216. Holy shit. I mean, if they took away. I went to bed last night, it was at 279. That's insane, dude. These people are sick with it, dude. There's different videos that were on there. Wow. United States was at 9.7. India's at 5.1 now. 65% subscribed, 35% not subscribed. Yeah, what is this other thing that is now past 80%? It's 85.2. Last night when I went to sleep, it was 80%. It's just eating up everything. Was this just gonna fucking consume my channel or whatever this shit is? Man, it's fucking whack, dude. I mean, yesterday I woke up with 239, 21.8 hours. I taken away 23 views in a couple hours. I just wonder why they keep doing this. We're at 260, 25 hours on Tuesday in the morning starting. And throughout the day, it's just disintegrated down. I got a comment and they didn't tell me. The 2 videos that I put up has 2 views on each of them. That's 4. I just don't get this shit. views and stuff are going down. They don't notify me when I get the message.
Right.
Jeremy wrote this 8 hours ago, so Jeremy's doing alright, I guess. Rather responded or said something. How we were talking about him yesterday.
Yeah.
The last video I uploaded, well, salute. Good t-shirt. I wish you the best in all that you endeavor. Cheers, brother. I'm worried about you. I didn't know what the hell's going on. Mexico just got hit with this shit 2 days ago. You seen the post that I did to our business page? People ain't comprehending what's cracking on. Brazil just had snow for the first time in 20-something years. Florida heat wave and all that stuff, and then this stuff in Australia. And now this right here, you're gonna have an earthquake. It's like the earthquakes and so forth that were slipping up Chile and Argentina and Mexico. And Mexico getting, like, it's crazy. It's geostorm, man. Deal with my side. These people need to wake up. Enjoy your day. Love and light. Start a new video. Talk bad. Have a beautiful day. At the Keys Foundation's posted some more of their stuff.